Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
For those bright and early ones. Oh my God. What did I do? Okay. So, good morning everyone, and welcome back to the second day of our conference. We hope that you had a nice dinner last night, and would like to thank our sponsor for the evening. And mentioning sponsors, please, of course, take the opportunity throughout the day to visit our sponsor stands over here. They would very much appreciate interactions with you. Now we're going to kick off this morning's session, and I'm going to invite Frank Toussaint, some conflicting pronunciations here from the front row, to the stage. Frank is the founder of the Global Association Bio Supply Chain Management, with presence in Europe, US, India, and you're also managing Biolog, I believe, okay. Europe, a non-profit center for excellence in the life science supply chain. So Frank, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you, to be the first to introduce the day. We will start with an important topic, sustainability, climate change in the industry. I was proud to be there 2 years ago, and that was already a key topic for the industry, to talk about Green Deal impact, climate change, and how the industry can adapt to it. In between, we all know that there was a pandemic rising, which also emphasizes the fact that we all need to see it globally between environment, food, nutrition, and also healthcare. So that's everything is linked all together, and we know that we all have to find global solutions for that. In between, COVID-19 has increased pressure on the budget, financing, and other elements, which might also increase the pressure on the solution environmentally friendly. So that means that also there will be probably less money to support the environmental transition. We all know that now we're suffering also from a war in Ukraine, and that will also brings to change in the way that Europe sees also the financing and support. But we should not forget environment in all of that, because that's maybe also a lesson that we should not wait till there are changes that are unavoidable, but we must anticipate and act now on each company point, but also each sector. Currently, the healthcare sector is having around 5% of global emissions. If we look at globally, supply chain among this is around 70%. So that's a big important contributor in terms of emissions. So happy that the topic is on the table right now, so that we can see how companies, associations are dealing with the topic. So I'm really happy to welcome on stage the 4 panelists here. So first, I will invite Lutz Schut, and sorry for the pronunciation, to come here. Okay, great. Lutz is head of infrastructure at Phoenix Group. He's managing all major investments in the group, and also dealing with the sustainability approach. Invite also Mr. Martin Sauer here on the stage. So Martin is, I'm sure, well known of all of you, and he's leading the Healthcare Distribution Association in United Kingdom. He has also a long career and was part also of the UK Prime Minister team in United Kingdom, and brings also in his expertise here on the sustainability in the association. Invite also Mr. Ruben Orkin-Casas here. Ruben is a Director of Logistics, Supply and Sustainability at Cofares, and he will tell us how the group has been implementing transition and sustainable approach. And I invite also my old friend Laurent Feutich from Supply Chain Operation. Laurent was formerly a global VP supply chain at Merck Serono, and brings also a global perspective from biotech pharma companies and manufacturing groups acting globally. And he's also supported a lot of biotech and pharma companies in the last years. So thank you all for being with us today. We will see a different presentation, and please don't hesitate to ask any question, interrupt, react on the topic. But we'll have time also for the questions afterwards, so don't hesitate. Maybe we'll start with Laurent Feutich, or invite Laurent to join and to make a presentation introduction.
So thank you very much, Frank. So very glad to be with you. Good morning. Let me present you a few slides on the topic of the day today, related to climate neutrality in the healthcare and the relation to supply chain. But first, a few words about supply chain operation. Is my company called, is a boutique consulting firm focused on healthcare supply chain. We are based in Switzerland, and we help our customers to develop their supply chain capability end-to-end across the different regions between US, Europe, Korea, and Japan. We do pan-European supply chain construction for our customers, and we have a team that is focusing on supply chain sustainability, which is the topic of today. And when we talk about supply chain sustainability, we help our customers to define, their sustainability roadmap. We help to foster the transformation within their operation, identifying the key drivers that are driving the issue in terms of sustainability, and we look at developing a maturity roadmap with our customers. So if you need any help in this, we can certainly help you driving this process. What are we talking about when we talk about sustainability? So we talk about environment, social, and governance. These are the three main topics. And what does it mean exactly? Sustainability is really, to make it simple, is considering long-term value creation. And long-term value creation is, the opposite to being a company only focusing on profitability. So the idea is not to look at what we will get at the end of the year, at the end of the month, but what we can bring overall to our customers in a long-term horizon. And looking at the perennity of our operation, I think this is absolutely key. And when we look at the disruptive world that we are living at this stage, we talk about COVID, we talk about a war in Europe, I think that sustainability and environment, social, and governance is even more on the top of the agenda. So when we look at environment, it's really linked not only to CO2 emission, but it's also linked to, what is the impact on the climate, the biodiversity, the pollution, the water consumption that you have within your operation. When we talk about social, it's everything which is related to health and safety. So how can we protect our workers, the labor, the community, and the human rights, especially when we source product from remote geographies. And the governance is everything which is linked to anti-corruption, risk management, and tax transparency. So if we look at those three buckets, we should think and ask a few questions. And I encourage you to go and do that for your company, see where you stand within your business. So when we look at on the environment, the question is really, what are our company direct and indirect CO2 emissions? So the question is, do you measure them? Do you have a basis? Do you have targets to fulfill in the coming years? Do you have a roadmap for sustainability? So this is things that you need to take into account. The other question is how much waste, namely plastic, but not only plastic, do your products generate, and how many of them can be eventually recycled, reused. So this is things that are really on the top of the agenda. What pollution is my sourcing generating? When you source from remote geographies, what is the carbon footprint of your product being shipped by air, by sea, by road from remote geographies? Can I source locally versus globally, and bringing sustainability to my value chain? And how much water do my business consume? I remember one of our manufacturing sites at Merck was consuming on its own, the equivalent of a city of 5,000 inhabitants. So one site equivalent to the city of 5,000 inhabitants. This is incredible. Of course, there was a water sewage plant, and the water was clean at the end of the process, but still, that was, the impact on the environment. From a governance point of view is, do we have the mechanism to ensure fair revenue distribution? How we distribute the margin share. Are we transparent on our financing and tax? Many companies, they do not have this transparency. Is it really our mission as a company to first generate financial profit? For us in the pharma healthcare sector, we should first look at our patient and see what is the value that we can bring to our patient instead of just the bottom line profit to our company. And how do we ensure our business does not finance fraudulent activities? I think this is a very good question also, especially when we talk about sourcing product from different regions. And from a social point of view, does my business contribute to society at large? Could we operate in a more inclusive manner? Is our sourcing generating a value to a fair value to our suppliers? Again, the local sourcing, the eco sourcing would be certainly something that you would like to consider. What is your role towards your employees? And could we source differently to help remote communities in an ethical manner? So can you bring other people within your organization to help and create sustainability? Just a few examples on CO2 comparison. So if you take the middle of the slide, the 1 ton of CO2, it's equivalent to the absorption of 6 trees in 20 years. When you compare that to driving, 1 ton of CO2 emission is equivalent to 8,000 kilometers driven by a single car. It's equivalent to 1 business trip from Europe to the US. So 1 way, 1 packs. So this is, we are really destroying our planet, if you look at those numbers. I don't know where you position yourself, but think about that. If you look at another comparison is the per capita emission in CO2 in tons per year. You see that Dubai is, this is based on the World Bank study in April 2020. Dubai is ranking first with around 23 tons per year, while you have, Amsterdam is half of it, and if you go to Geneva is another half of it. So think about those numbers. They are just enormous. So let's think about how we can do something from ID to action, and how we can bring a program within our organization. So the first thing that you have to do is really start monitoring, gather data, understand what are your metrics, understand where you have your numbers, evaluate your footprint operations, and then you can define reduction objectives, make them visible at the top level of the management, make them compatible with your balance scorecard, and make it an objective of the company. And ultimately, then you can drive change monitor and adjust. So here there are a number of initiatives that are created also not only at company level but at different level within the healthcare industry. If you think about another idea to action, if you think about packaging, packaging is how can you rethink your value chain? How can you bring new way of packing, distributing, transporting, delivering your product to your customers? And can you reduce, can you reuse, can you recycle, can you revalorize? I think that there are a lot of nice words here. And within the packaging, I know that there is a lot of things that are already done, and that there is some circularity initiative that have been put in place by different organizations. And the Ellen MacArthur Foundation is really a nice way to apply this type of idea. To give you an example here, I know a pharma company, they are rethinking the blistering of the pharma product, the solid dosage form. And instead of having an alu-alu or alu plastic type of blister, they are thinking to have something that is completely green, that is completely reusable, that has no impact on the, or very little impact on the which is eco-friendly and has very little impact. And if you are able to have this type of change in your packaging operation, that would be a huge impact overall on the sustainability. So I wish you a good continue of the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Laurent, for this very nice introduction. I'd like now to invite Martin here on the floor for a presentation from HDA. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, and thank you to Monica, Martin, and GIRP for the invitation today. But it's especially good to be here in person, and even better that I don't have to, and I'm only going to mention it once, talk about Brexit. So thanks very much. It's really refreshing. I'm here to present the association view about what in the UK, as an association, we're trying to develop and represent for our sector, for our members, on the issue of climate neutrality. And I've got a few slides here which I'm sure you'll get access to later, which is fine, because there's quite a lot of detail, but I'm just going to go through the general principles, and happy to take any questions on them. So our journey, if you like, and I think we're all on this journey, is about learning lots of new issues, lots of new things that are presented to us because of the challenges. But just brief background, HDA is a representative association, a trade association of wholesale distribution companies. It's 15 companies in the UK, and we provide about 92%, deliver about 92% of all medicines across the UK, 4 countries of the UK, including north of here, to all hospitals, community pharmacies, and dispensing doctors twice a day, about 16,500 outlets. So quite a big carbon footprint, I'm sure you'll appreciate, and we have quite a challenge. Net zero, what we've, in the UK at least, started to talk about is about reducing the carbon emissions to a net of zero by 2050 in the UK. Scotland has decided to go for 2045, but the idea is to achieve a balance between the greenhouse gases being put into the atmosphere and those taken out to benefit the world challenge of climate change. There are external drivers on our member companies anyway. For example, obviously, client pressures, as we've just heard, there will be developments in supply chains and amongst businesses and services to drive greener ways of doing business. There are global influences, of course, all the agreements reached at COP26. Investors are demanding much more of a greener ESG profile on their investments, and this is particularly developing in the US. But in the UK itself, we have some legislation in place that is driving greener ways of working, whether that's energy savings opportunities or annual reporting that has to include some sort of energy and carbon reporting requirements. Major manufacturers are under the spotlight about their use of carbon and obviously oil and gas. But really today I want to just talk about the NHS. We're, in this context, probably quite lucky that we have one centralised public health service which in 2020 produced that report you can see there, delivering a net zero national health service. And I'll show why that is important to our sector. They've done a lot of work. And the next few slides are actually from the NHS. You can see there that the area on the left of the chart is the NHS's own internal carbon emission footprint that they've designed. But 62%, so the right-hand side of that circle wheel, is all about carbon emissions in their supply chain. So supply chain to the NHS. And of course, that includes the wholesale distributors, as I've just mentioned, particularly HDA members. On the right-hand side, the bar chart, the blue indications are where the carbon emissions occur in the UK in all activities that the NHS engages in, whether it's getting medicines equipment from all around the world. That's hence the yellow and greener lines. So obviously a lot of medicines start off in China and India, so they're including that in the carbon footprint, but the blue lines are the UK's contribution to carbon, and therefore that is the one we're going to concentrate on. And the transport, as you can see, second up from the bottom, is obviously a major challenge. Again, the NHS has done this rather useful graphic where the area in red down the bottom is the supply chain into the NHS. And they believe there's the greatest room for improvement there because the green bar is the longest. The other green sections are within the NHS, and that can be about how they change their activities or get rid of single-use plastics, try and recycle much more and that type of thing. But they feel that the bulk of the work that could be done as early as possible is in the supply chain again. And this is their own timeline. And it's mainly focused on getting to 2030 with some firm commitments that all suppliers will have to report regularly on their own carbon targets, reducing targets, and their contracts will increasingly, the NHS contracts that is, increasingly require, for example, manufacturers, wholesalers, pharmacies to get engaged on their journey. And being the NHS, of course, they can mandate this, as there isn't another competitor in sight. So we, as wholesale distributors, really have to engage with this, along with our partners. I mean, it's not, clearly, it's not just us. We receive the medicines in from the manufacturers, and we have to distribute them out. So it's the whole supply chain that is involved in this. And those are some of the targets. And the real focus, as I say, is up till 2030 to get to some clear delineation of net zero objectives which are required by NHS contracts. Now, just to get into some detail, to do all that, we're going to have to measure our carbon emissions, and this is a standard worldwide categorization of carbon emissions, greenhouse gas protocol, scopes 1, 2, and 3. 1 is about your own property, your own business, that you actually, what measures the carbon emissions you emit from that business. Scope 2 is about indirect emissions, so you have to buy electricity, for example, buy energy, and you have to include that in your Scope 2 emissions. But Scope 3 is the more difficult area, and that covers transport in and out of your business and other things that might affect your business. So Scope 3 is the one that's more difficult, and that's a graphic indication of Scopes 1, 2, and 3. For the purposes of this discussion and the NHS's priorities, we're concentrating on Scopes 1 and 2. But obviously, as an association that does a lot of transport, we do need to talk about Scope 3, and I will come on to that very shortly. The NHS did a supplier engagement feedback in 2021, and you can see there that Scopes 1 and 2, the easier side perhaps to quantify, there is much more engagement with businesses deciding that they're committed to try to reduce those emissions in scopes 1 and 2. Scope 3 is, as you can see, the percentage that is engaged on trying to drive that is much more complicated and less certain at the moment. So our journey is, as an association with our members, we have our own net zero group of members that meets every 2 months, and as I'll mention in a minute, a few of the members have done quite a lot, so that's really good. But what we need to do is to develop some sectoral guidance for our whole industry. And we've had net zero as a focus of our conference in November, which luckily we had in person last year, and we've got a business day this year in May. Again, net zero is probably going to be on our agenda for some time to come. But what we have done, and I'm going to briefly touch on today, is benchmark our own members' carbon emissions along those scopes I've just been talking about. So we engaged an external consultancy to develop a member questionnaire. The data from our members, and 11 of the 15 companies have thus far responded, the consultancy has run this data and will provide individual reports back to the companies about their own carbon emission results, and then some ideas and advice on how to reduce those. So I today have got some very top-line results, because we only got them yesterday, on some of the figures produced. But they're using government benchmarking criteria to measure the outputs under scopes 1, 2, and 3. So this is just some detail. They give each member a location, a warehouse, different warehouses around the country, and the different bar chart colours demonstrates their different types of carbon outputs. But as you'll see from the preliminary results, just for scopes 1 and 2, but we did ask them also, because of the nature of our business, to include transport carbon generation between warehouses of the same company, or if we have to hire third-party logistics providers for any part of the business. So this doesn't include transport directly to pharmacies, hospitals, and doctors by a particular wholesaler, but it does include all the trunking between bigger and smaller warehouses internally, and it does include transport where we've used a third-party provider. And the reason for that is because actually under carbon net zero targets, the pharmacy sector actually has to bear the carbon cost of our deliveries, and we have to bear the carbon cost of the manufacturers delivering into us. That's how the transport split is due to work. And so we haven't got, because that is quite complicated at the moment to assess, especially 1,000 manufacturers delivering into us as a whole across the UK. We wanted to try and get some preliminary guidance. And you can see vehicles is just way over 3/4 of the emissions. But there are the other areas, gas use, electricity, and refrigerant use. And we can talk about why the vehicle issue is so particularly bad in the UK specifically. But the 3 largest companies, HDA member companies, you won't be surprised who they are, of course, represent 71% in the UK of the market. These are the pan-European wholesale distributors, but they also account for over 90% of the total emissions to date because of the size of their companies and the fact that they're doing the bulk of the deliveries, and in fact they do deliveries on behalf of other wholesalers as well. But intercompany mileage, this is covered, as I say, accounts for 75% of all emissions. The opportunities identified at the moment for reducing emissions by the consultants particularly prioritise renewable sourcing of fuels, which should be possible, reducing hydrocarbon refrigerants use, but then decarbonising the vehicle fleet, again, is clearly the challenge. But we have some very committed members, and one of them being Alliance Healthcare, and they presented at our conference last year. They're doing a lot of different things there, recycling, but always buying, if they can, renewable energy. They're making sure their drivers are trained to reduce fuel consumption wherever possible. They're doing optimum route mapping. HGV fleets have reduced some of their mileage. All these things, it all builds up to getting a better carbon footprint in due course. As HDA, we've publicly put our own statement on the website, which all members have signed up to, based on objectives for transportation, energy consumption, packaging and product sustainability, but particularly the middle bar, working with government and regulators to see where there might be incentives to invest in carbon net zero reduction efficiencies, whether we can get some flexibilities on regulations, and I've already raised this with the MHRA, particularly, for example, in the UK, and perhaps being out of the EU will make this a bit more possible. GDP guidelines on temperature-controlled transportation. We are in a temperate climate, particularly in the UK. We've had some flexibilities through COVID, which are still in place. Why cannot some of those continue? And that will reduce our carbon footprint. I mean, one of the challenges for temperature-controlled vehicles is that you can only have diesel units at the moment on the vans to keep the temperature ambient in the van. Batteries are just too heavy and don't last long enough to do that, from the electricity side. So one company has a couple of fully electric vans, and we're hoping to show one of those off at our conference. So members are certainly committed to trying to do their best, but we do need help from government and regulators. I think that's important. But again, we can't do this on our own. It's got to be a joint effort with manufacturers upstream and those customers downstream to make sure that they're all committed and helping everybody work together towards these goals. So that's just an overview of how the association is trying to at least provide an opportunity for our members to have some direction. We're paying for the consultancy to give members these reports, but a lot of it will be down to the business objectives, clearly, of the companies, but it's really right up there on our agenda now going forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to see how HDA is tackling those challenges. I will come back with one or two questions afterwards.
Sure.
But we'll let time for everyone to present. So now it's turn to Lutz to present how sustainability is implemented in the Phoenix Group. Thank you.
Thank you. So we got perfect introduction. So you will see some of the things which are the basics. So Laurent introduced more or less the full ESG principles, which is the basis. Scope 1, 2, and 3, you will see that as well. So, but Phoenix has to do it. So how we do it, this is now the question. So for sure, we follow as well ESG principles. Environmental, pretty easy. We all understand. We get by the press. So we all remember Greta. Some other topics in between. Greta will come back. We all, at least I think she will come back. And then she's 20 or so. I don't know. We have all the social things. Diversity. We have to work on that, Monica, right? Into this panel at least. But the companies have to work on that as well. And we see that, and that we make it a topic is very, very important. On last week, Monica had the World Women's Day. Is that right? So, okay, everybody was posting that. This is cool. The companies like that. This is good. So, and our first panel on this Congress was totally with extremely valuable speakers. This is good, So the industry is supporting that, and this is really important. This is as well important for companies like us to attract employees. We don't get new educated, well-educated people when we don't show as well diversity, when we don't show inclusion and equity. Community engagement, donations and so on, So more or less every big company now is donating to Ukraine. I'm pretty glad that Phoenix is doing that in all the different countries who have borders to Ukraine. More or less all our entities are now into that, and this is cool. It's so cool to see that we can help, that the wholesalers can make a difference. And makes proud to see that. It's pretty good. And for sure, we have the full governance topic into that as well. We are responsible in what we do. There are ethical topics into that, and this is what we do is relevant. And let's have a look into that. The environment at the end is something what we can as well focus with numbers. So let's have a look on what Phoenix is doing over here. So Martin introduced the scope 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So and Martin introduced as well. It's not that easy to put these numbers on a balance sheet. Yeah. So especially when it comes to scope 3, this will change as well. Now for us, the 45% in transport is scope 3, but this will change then and will come to be scope 1. Yeah. So we have to our internal scope has to be as well then different in the future. But when we have a look on scope 3, which is transport, it's 45, but our own fleet is as well another 10%, so it's 55%. So, wow, this is huge. Yeah, and when we have a look outside, yeah, we see a lot of diesel. Yeah, yeah. Okay, make it more expensive. I think we did a lot of that in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, but doesn't help. Yeah, so we have to change, and how to change. So we have to change with the focus on these 3 scopes. How to do that? This is more or less how we do different things, and later on we will open up a lot of more of these ideas. It's about communicating ideas inside, outside. It's about collaboration as well. So what we do is in the Baltics we have a lot. We introduced ISO 50001. So we follow more or less to do our balance sheet on CO2 and on sustainability much more professional than we did. So, and we start with that in some countries. We don't know if we roll out totally to every country, because it's as well something where we have to learn how we implement something like that. We change our energy sources. So in the Nordics, we use big trucks, and there we use can we drive it with biogas? Yeah, might be not. It's just pilots, what we do over there. In the Netherlands, we have a lot of pharmacies. So we deliver as well directly to patients. When we directly deliver to patients, we can use as well bicycles. And as well, we see there a lot of cities changing law. So it's not allowed anymore in the upcoming future to go to Den Haag or to Amsterdam city center, not CO2 neutral. So how can we get to our clients? How can we get to our patients when we drive a diesel? Will not happen. Yeah, we cannot just carry it to them with some bags. Yeah, so we need something to get to our clients, and as well for sure we have to change energy source as well in the basic fleet, and I will show you later on how this could work. And for sure photovoltaic is something which is known. Yeah, it's a technology we see. But we have to see as well how to implement it. Can we implement it as well on old warehouses? When everything is new, it's pretty easy. Phoenix is operating 160 warehouses. To implement directly today on 160 doesn't work. Yeah, because some of the roofs are old. Yeah, when the roof is old, you cannot place a new photovoltaic. Otherwise, you have to renew the roof. And with a new photovoltaic, you have to get it down, up, and it doesn't work. Yeah, so you need a strategy how to implement that. So let's go for the transport. Can you click? So what we did 3 years ago, we contacted Daimler. Can you start that video as well? So this is a pilot we did with Daimler. At that time, no electric car in pharmaceutical wholesale was available. So then we had to talk to people who can develop vans. Yeah, and climatized vans. Yeah, otherwise our inspectors, they don't like not climatized. Yeah, otherwise we have to do so much paper, how to do it without climatization, and then we have too much discussions. So we don't like that. So this was the very first pilot we had, was a fully climatized electrified van. So it works, but it was a pilot. When we see now what's on the market, we see more than 10 to 15 different vans in Europe available fully climatized. So following this very much pilot. The distance for that van was just 130 kilometers, so more or less nothing compared to a full loaded diesel which can drive 400, 500 something. We learned a lot about the loading infrastructure. We learned about do we need power loading, do we need wall boxes, and as well the education of our drivers. Yeah? Can they drive it like a diesel? When do we load it? How we can use it, and so on. So piloting that was not that easy. Yeah, took a long distance, but now we understand how to operate it. And we see now in at least 3 countries, they are now scaling up these pilots. So they buy not just the first, that was you cannot buy, yeah, a pilot was down, it's pretty expensive, so $500,000 for that super car, yeah, okay, it's just one that was available. But now we can buy it, and we see countries now getting into it and scaling it up. What we do as well is Martin showed that we have to do on our packaging. Yeah, so yesterday we heard from Kapi how they do that. We have a different supply chain into it, so we focus 100% on recyclable plastic. So we used more or less, Mr. Krasnik yesterday told that, we applied as well GDP rules on that. So how can we do recyclable plastic with our totes? So we had a deep dive in GDP, we had our risk management, and then we said, okay, let's do it. Let's try to do it. It's not just on the plastic, it's as well on the documentation on that. Yeah, so we are running that, and we are piloting that, and Stefan and I, we are pretty proud that we did that. Yeah, so and we will see. We see as well a lot of push from our industry partners. So something like that, yeah, which is a pen, yeah, but we are now in the supply chain collecting these again and bringing back to the manufacturers so they can show as well they have a closed supply chain. Yeah, does this pen make the big difference? No, it's a small difference, but it's a difference, and this is what sustainability is about. And as well, it's on. Within our pharmacies, it's about the bags in the pharmacies. Here as well, the governments help sometimes. So we have now a tax in the UK, 30% on plastics. Yeah, 30%, okay, cool. Do we love that? No. We need to take action, and recyclable plastic much better than original plastic. Why? Because no tax. So might be this helps as well. And I want to focus on one of these examples. So when you strap more or less a pallet with foil, yeah, you see our old strapping material, wrapping material was 672 grams. Yeah, you wrap a pallet and you throw it away. So, and as well the inspectors, when you go to a warehouse, have a look at that and ask the people down, how thick is the wrapping material? So our old one was 23 micrometers. So when you touch it, okay, thin, yeah. But we can do half of that, and when you can see that, yeah, it's pretty easy. It's so easy to implement, yeah. So you just have to think about that. Then you need some testing out of that, yeah. You have this pallet. You can track and say, okay, it's okay. Half of the plastic, yeah, pretty easy. But when we talk to our warehouse managers, they're not looking into that. They just do the recycled the material. It's 23. We can do the half. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Pretty easy, but you need to focus on that, yeah, and you have to talk about these examples, otherwise it will stay like it always was. Okay, wrap the pallet, yeah, but we can use less film, and less film makes a big difference. Just in one warehouse, 4.5 tons, yeah, reduced plastic what we use. So sustainability in total is something which makes difference, and everybody can be involved into it, yeah, as well. So we have to bring the message to everybody internally and as well within our supply chains with our cooperation partners. So and when we do that, more or less we see step by step, more or less to get on neutrality in 2030. So thank you for that. But as well, click might be on the CSR report, which is open. There's a lot of good examples. Yeah, when you want to have a look at that, what Phoenix is doing, yeah, it's documented. We very openly communicate. And I think in 6 weeks or in 8 weeks, you will get the newest report then from 2021, and some of the examples into that you will see as well in the CSR report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very impressive presentation and also strategy from the group in this topic. I'd like to welcome the fourth speaker of the panel before we go to the question. And Ruben, welcome on stage.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you again, Monica, for giving me the opportunity for second time in a row to be with you. I'm not sure if I'm happy or to have or unlucky to be the last, but I think so, because I think that all of us are working in the same direction. So I think that many of the things that I will try to share with you have been said before. So probably it's going to be better to discuss. But I think it's one of the objectives, at least for me, when I'm coming here, is to listen to all of you. As I was listening to Manuel yesterday, saying that probably you're not the biggest expert. So, and I'm glad to share and to listen from you. So basically, you remember last time in Lisbon, we were discussing, or at least I tried to share with you, some ideas that we are working in order to reduce the impact on climate change. Some of them has been reviewed here also this morning, and we have been working in the reduction of the use of the plastic. Even we have made so thin that we have avoid. So instead of thinking to reduce the use of plastic, we have decided, okay, let's use the metallic cage. So instead of using the wrapping, we have eliminated, or we are using this plastic stripe. We are using, or we are optimizing the transportation. As Martin also has said before, we divide the type of transportation. We connect the warehouses. We call it this full truck transportation instead of the last mile. So these are examples. Also technology. We are using technology in order to optimize the different routes. We have more than 1,700 routes. So I think it's important not only to use electrical vehicles, but also to reduce the number of kilometers that we do every morning. And of course, the electrical vehicles. We are using the same vehicles that have been said before. As you have said before, 2 years ago, the number of vehicles, the number of vans available in the market were very reduced, but today the number of vehicles that we have in the market has increased a lot. So today we have more options, although we are using the same Mercedes Sprinter. We started to use a couple of years ago in the urban and in the main cities in order to get the target that I have seen before, in order to enter in the big cities like Amsterdam, and the result has been great. As also you have said, very, very important is to learn how to operate with these vehicles, and the way that the driver has to drive, it's absolutely different. So for me, the important with this kind of initiative was to learn. But basically, with these ideas, last time, probably the approach that I used was very tactical. Was okay, just a group of ideas, launching ideas that we can implement. Today, what I would like to think is that this is not just about tactical initiative. Probably this is more about how, as a company, and what is more important, how as an industry we approach this topic, which I think has been also discussed this morning. This is more a strategic point. So before to explain how we are approaching, I would like to share just a few ideas why I think that this is serious and this is important. This is not just because it's nice to have, but I think that there are things which are changing. This is a report made by Bain, in which you can see how the importance of climate change and the reason are changing. In 2015, we said that it was most a question of the public reputation. But today, this is changing because our consumers, our patients, are taking care of that, and the investors. But also think also about risk mitigation. There was something in 2015, it was not in the study, but today it's something which is relevant. And we will discuss later about risk. Consumers are willing to pay more for the same product if these companies are taking care of this. This is another study made by IBM. So you can see here that 80% of respondents would pay a premium of 35 more for the same product. So we are speaking also that our consumers, our patients, are taking care of that, and it's going to impact in their revenues and what the investors will pay for the companies. Okay? Another example, why this is going to be not just a question of the supply chain. This is something that will affect also the financial areas and the financial department. The US Securities and Exchange Commission in the States will ask in the near future for the same information that they are asking for finance is going to be started to be asked regarding all the climate change and all the actions that we are doing for that. So this start to be serious, and the way in which we report all this information. And these are the kind of information that they are going to start to ask to the companies. And finally, about risk, I think that also has been mentioned, what is the impact of this 1.5 Celsius degree, and what are the consequences that normally when we watch the news in the TV, we see every day the disaster, but sometimes it seems quite far from us. Something that is, okay, what the kind of things that happens in the world, until it happens to you. And I'm going to show you what happened in Madrid 1 year ago. It was January, and this is what happened. I remember perfectly. It was Friday, and it started to snow, and the city, mainly Madrid, was absolutely blocked. The people who has been in Madrid, I think that in all my life, I'm fortunate, I think that I have seen snow, I don't know, 3-4 times, but never something like that. People were skiing in the middle of the city. And it was something funny with my daughters at the very beginning, but it started to be a big problem. Some of my colleagues are here, and I remember every day all the crises and all the calls that we have every day because we were not able to deliver. It was started to snow on Friday, and Monday morning, only 20% of the vans were able to arrive to the depots to load for the medicines of the patients. So this is what happened. Just another picture. This is one of the warehouses in Madrid. You can imagine these kind of devices or these kind of machines are not very popular. At least I guess that it happens in Finland or in Germany. The situation is different. So we understood that this is serious, that this is going to affect us. Absolutely blocked for 1 week. I guess that Manuel knows it very well. And so this is serious. This is the reality that is going to happen to us. So we need to think that these kind of things are going to happen. We need to try to do the things to avoid them, but at the same time, we need to work in the risk mitigation because in the following years, things like this are going to happen. This morning, I was speaking with my colleagues and with my wife, and they were telling me that instead of snow, this morning in Madrid, it was raining sand. Everything was full of sand in Madrid. So, what more things can happen in the following year? So we need to be ready for that. Okay. So basically, just as a summary, why this is important? This is something that our consumers are going to pay more for that, and they are going not only to pay more for the products of these companies that are taking serious the climate change, but they are going to punish the companies who are not doing the right things, okay? But also investors, they are not going to put the money if the company, they don't do the right things, authorities and risk management, as I have said before. So for me, the message has been said before here with my colleagues is that, okay, it's okay to start to do things and to do practical things and to introduce some vehicles to reduce the emissions, etc. But this is something that cannot be done just by the supply chain people, although the role of supply chain is key, and even more, not only just by one company. It's important, this kind of forums, and as an industry, we need to work on that. So basically, this is how, and I'm going to finish, how we think that we should approach this topic. It's more a strategic view that goes from the ambition to understand which are the target, which is our objectives, which is going to be the governance model that we are going to have to define a strategy. And then, of course, in the middle is the supply chain and all the things that we have to do. Of course, innovation is key. As we have said before, it's not going to be easy to change the way in which we move the vehicles. So innovation is going to be, and we need to, as you have said before, we need to learn how to operate with this innovation, because the way in which we have to work is absolutely different, okay? Engagement, transparency, we need to share of our ideas, and collaboration is going to be absolutely key to change this situation. If we focus on the supply chain area, all the activities that we have to do has to be organized in different areas, in different blocks. The first one is to assess, to measure, to monitor, as you have said before. It's impossible, or we are not going to be in the proper way if we don't define the activities based on the impact that they're going to have. So the first thing that we need to understand is which is the impact in the different activities of the value chain. Once we have clear, we have to define all these activities. As you have said before also, we have to involve the supplier. It's key. This is not something that is only made by us, but all the suppliers that we have around it us. And for me, one thing which is critical is collaboration. Collaboration inside of the company, inside with all the areas, inside with our suppliers, but collaboration with our competitors and in the industry. This is absolutely key, and I'm really happy to see what all the kind of things that the Alliance and the meetings that you are having. I think it's great idea, and I'm really happy to see that. And of course, to work with the risk management, because in the meantime that we solve all these issues, we will have to manage with risk. So we will have to implement all the contingency plans to avoid all the things that are happening and more things that are going to happen. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to see also how you've implemented solutions within the group, but you're also bringing a larger perspective, also on the corporate level, management approach, and also on the society. So before I ask my question, maybe someone from the audience would like to react. I have a question already for our panelists. Yeah, just one here.
Thank you very much for the presentations. My name's Darren, I work for Viatris Pharmaceuticals. Just thinking about the circular supply chain and how we might be able to collaborate, has there been any thought around GDPR on prescription medicines and patient information and kind of tackling that as an obstacle that might be there?
Maybe Martin.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think our progress so far with supply chain partners has been more with the upstream, like yourselves. I think downstream on the patient and well, the pharmacy end of certainly in the UK is pretty undeveloped. As a sector, there's one of the bodies, the Royal Pharmaceutical Society, has come out as leading to try and encourage greener initiatives. But it's all about so far packaging but I understand your point, and I
I think that's a good one to put to the NHS, given that they're in charge of the whole medicine supply in the UK. But I think that is fundamentally very difficult. I think the point in the last presentation about supply chain transformation, I think that's something we've got to concentrate on with manufacturing partners, because I think it's about sharing transportation, reducing the service levels maybe in the UK to downstream customers. That's what our members are, and that again will be a huge challenge. But I think that's the only way we can address some of these huge carbon challenges. But yeah, no, I haven't come across anyone addressing your specific point.
Just an example, when we are implementing, new distribution chain for our customers in the biotech field, and we talk with third-party logistic providers across Europe, and we ask to share database to be able to not reinvent always, the client-based type of information, delivery address, and so on. The answer is always no, because of GDPR, So every time we have to reinvent the wheel, which is very cumbersome. So this is really a blocking factor at this stage.
Thank you. Just on an example, maybe Laurent, you shared like some biotech company want to implement those strategies. Do you have examples maybe of companies that have put in place specific project on a large scale from the biotech or pharma side?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the whole industry is working on that for already many years, especially the big players. They report in their annual report, their progress. They look at the manufacturing footprint, which is usually the most important in terms of, sustainability. But they are starting to enlarge a little bit their program towards what we described, all of us, this morning. So I think that transportation is on the top of the question, especially when sourcing materials from remote areas like China, India, and this is really a top of the concern because of the climate impact, but also because of the sustainability. If there is a war, if there is a lack of transportation or no transportation at all, how can they sustain, their manufacturing operations? So there is a complete rethinking about, the sourcing strategy and de-risking the supply chain and making sure that products are available for manufacturing at any time. So this is really on the top of the agenda at this stage.
Thank you. Maybe, Martin, back on HDA. So you've presented a brilliant survey you've conducted with your members with initial results. Do you also accompany them, implement things, or are you a supplying consultant to them? Or are they asking, can you help us in implementing the project? What's your feeling on that?
They haven't yet actually seen the reports. They only came out yesterday. Okay. But I think, in answer to your question, I think they'll rely on us to keep them on track with information and timelines and the outside external pressures on them. But I think, as Lutz has demonstrated, individual businesses will obviously clearly do their own mapping. But I think we've established the groundwork, if you like, the pillars. I think going forwards, yes, we'll keep reminding them of what they've got to do. But I think what will really nudge it along is some sort of transformation of how medicines are supplied in the next 5 years, I think, certainly in the UK context. I mean, perhaps just to mention one thing, why, as probably the main country in Europe that has reduced wholesale services, and there are vans going around several times a day to pharmacies. They now get 11 deliveries, for example, in the UK, whereas 10 years ago they got 4. So, there's a huge change there that probably needs to be addressed. Okay. But the government's going to have to do that, or the competition authorities. But I think there's got to be some movement there.
Yeah, that was maybe
it's important.
Yeah, please.
The way in which we measure, because so far all the companies are doing the measuring by themselves, so we don't have a standard to measure the impact. So I think that we need to move forward in this direction, because it's the only way to have a standard way to measure the impact and to measure the different activities that we do. Yeah. If we don't do that, all of us, we are going to say that we are doing lots of things, but there is not a real way to measure, to audit, and to control that the things are really happening.
Yeah, I think like Lutz introduced the ISO aspect of it, but there are initiatives like Lean and Green in the Netherlands and other topics that might be duplicated. Yeah. And that was a question also coming to Martin and you about the number of deliveries. It was addressed yesterday during a presentation as well, that we go every day several times to the different pharmacies. So it is like a hidden topic, or how do you think about this?
The point is not just the number of times that we go to the pharmacy, but the number of times that all of us goes to the same pharmacy. Yeah. Because maybe we go 4 or 5 times, but then there is another distributor that goes another 2 or 3, plus the direct deliveries that we have from the laboratories. So the point is that so far, which is the main value differentiation? If we are not able to add value on top of that, this is the only value that we are providing to differentiate. What is the option between one distributor and another one? Is the service that you have from distributors. So if this is the only value or the main value, this is the only way in which you are going to compete with them. So.
When you deliver at night, for example, and you put that in the box of the pharmacy, I mean, there is no real, how can I say, competitive value if it's you or another one. Yeah. And I know that in many cities there are, between 15 and 20 different delivery vans coming to the same pharmacy several times a day.
Correct.
So the question is, can we not make it more lean,
But then we have to put as patient and as consumer, because when we are consumers and you go to the pharmacy and you are informed that in 2 hours you are going to have your medicine, as a consumer we are willing to pay for that. And if not, we don't want to wait for the following day. We go to the next pharmacy to try to find the product. So.
And that's
not easy.
Yeah, that's really from the top management to the customer. And as you said, like in your presentation, that also drives the engagement about the neutral and climate aspect. So maybe that will be a decision for your client.
Correct. If we are aware as a consumer, as a patient, of the impact of these kind of things, probably things will start to change.
Yeah. Lutz, you wanted to add something?
I think it's even more complex, and we need change over here. So one thing is it hidden? No, it's not hidden. But we have competition law. So at the end, Ruben and I, we can talk about that. We are not in Spain. Pretty good. Yeah, what you do, what I do. Okay, no competition. Yeah, this is good. But to talk within the country, it's really forbidden to talk about that. It's even when we talk about CO2 emissions, at the end we talk directly about cost. 1 ton CO2 is 30 euro, very easily. Yeah. Am I allowed to talk with Ruben about cost? No. At the competition law, no. We said the outcome out of that is collaboration. It's not just collaboration upstream, downstream, it's as well with market partners. Yeah. So we have to rethink how we do that. Yeah? How can we talk to each other? So when it comes to how often we go to the pharmacies, Martin mentioned at the end, might be right, yeah, the pharmacies push the trigger. But are they aware what they do? Are they aware that they get 7, 8 or 10 vans a day? No, they are not. So we have to teach them, we have to show them, hey, when you push one trigger, when you get 1 van by Ruben, yeah, you get every year 2 tons of CO2. Yeah? So we have to educate these people as well, which is important over here. And we have to work as well within the business sector as well on USPs. So when the USP is just the delivery, yeah, we have to see how to use all these new technologies on artificial intelligence, when we have a look on stock levels within pharmacies and so on. So we can mix that, and might be some of the outcomes are that we can bring some different, that we can differentiate from the others. Yeah, and the faster can do more. Yeah, what is the problem over here is the GDP, because that makes more or less everybody the same. Yeah, so it's good. Yeah, we have more or less perfect level. Yeah, so quality is top. So, but we have to differentiate to our customers differently in the upcoming future to overcome this old thing to say, okay, I can deliver 3 times a day, now the other can just do 2 times a day. Yeah? When we cannot overcome that, yeah, the scope 1, 2, 3 topic will be extremely difficult.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah. And you both presented some solution with electric vehicles. Yeah, sorry, we have a question. Oh, sorry, so we're in the debate.
I have let's see, is it on? Yeah. So I have actually 3 comments, questions here. Number 1, well, there could be other way how you do differentiation on competing than running the van many times a day. For example, that you help with inventory management in the pharmacy that actually reduce the thing. So it's a software, artificial intelligence way of defining. So don't give up on that. That's number 1. Number 2, maybe you need to generate with the Pharmacist Association scorecard for each pharmacy on how they order and how environmental friendly it is. And that drives me to my 3rd part. We used to have Renee Jenny here telling about when Swiss wholesaler changed the model versus the pharmacy. And they went from they went to a fee-for-service model where the pharmacy actually had to pay for each extra delivery. So there is some level of, and it took about 6 months to go from 3 deliveries a day from the wholesaler to 1 delivery a day. So there is hope, I will say, that if you can, quote-unquote, incentivize one way or the other, and that might just be by making it transparent that this is a green pharmacy, that you actually can change their behavior. That was my 3 comments. Yeah. Questions?
Absolutely agree, and that's why I was trying to reinforce the message that the population, the consumer, the patients are willing to change the behavior or to pay more for this kind of behaviors. If you are like a green certificate, probably the young people are starting to make valuable, and probably some of them will change the decision because there are other values that they are going to consider. And absolutely agree also with the optimization of the stock. For me, the point is that the difficulty in the transportation is that the point is that maybe you are able to reduce the volume of product that you are going to deliver because you manage the stock in a better way. But the portfolio is so big that it's impossible for the pharmacy to have all the portfolio. So I guess that you understand me. You are going to reduce the volume of products, but you have to go because even in the case that you don't have one product in the portfolio of the pharmacy, you will need to go only for one product. So it's going to be even worse in terms of the volume in the van. No? But I agree in principle.
Thank you. Another question? Yeah, Monica.
Yes. You were mentioning that we need standards, and also our international association is looking into that. I think it would be important because if industry for the moment, I think they are looking towards their API suppliers, but one moment they will then look towards us. And if every company would have a different standard, we could not cope. So do you see a way how we could come to a joint
I think it's a good opportunity.
ESG standard?
I think it's a good opportunity here in this, as an industry, to define this kind of standards. And I think that are one of the values that the organization can provide to define which are the standards that all of us should follow and to measure over all of us. I think that...
Yeah, I think that would be a nice objective, and there may be a way, obviously, of trying to get that international standard endorsed by regulators, for example, which give it a bit of authority.
Very, very important. Maybe one aspect also on the tactical approach. So you explained that you are optimizing the flows, the routes, and also, of course, the vehicles. What about the loading of the vans? Is it also a part of the mission?
Yeah, of course. And for instance, there is also a continuous discussion between supply chain teams and the commercial teams in order to implement new routes. So one of the way we have a kind of approval process in which every time that we need to implement a new route, what we evaluate is which is the service level, which is the cost, but also which is the optimization of the van, which is the volume that every day that we have, how many days of the month we have more volume, what is expected. So we are measuring the volume, and also another thing that we're working on is optimize the number of products in the tote, because we move tote, but in many of the cases the tote is not full. So there is another good opportunity in the way you optimize the tote.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a question in the room. Yeah.
Yes, not only a question, but also giving input, because you were mentioning the portfolio and the stock which is available in the entire pharmacy. Let's take the view of the patient. We can all be in the position to be the patient tomorrow. What is our demand? My person, I can just tell it from my own perspective. My demand is I go to my physician, I receive my recipe, and I usually want to have my medication as soon as easy as possible. Of course, yes, being myself a pharmacist, okay, I do not want to change the way how we are currently delivering medicinal products, but it would be great to see, leaving the pharmacist, the physician, to see where is my medication currently available. To see, okay, in the next pharmacy, no, they don't have it, I have to go a little bit further, or I have to go to the next one, to avoid a separate way. I think if we do that in general, if we are going to change that, then we are reducing the delivery to the entire pharmacy to once a day. That should be possible. So rethink the whole picture, so to speak.
Or it can be also that when you get your prescription, the doctor asks you, where do you want your prescription to be delivered? Do you want it to be delivered at pharmacy X, Y, Z, or at your mall, or whatever? And then, the doctor will just key in this information, and he will say, your medicines will be there tomorrow morning. And then you don't need to go and go back, but you know that tomorrow morning is there. And even it could be even paid already, if you think, it can integrate all the parameters.
Nevertheless, let me say one quick thing, that we think that the model could be, is not perfect, but imagine that it could be worse. And I'm thinking in all the home deliveries. Imagine that we have home delivery for all the products. The impact on the vehicles and the number of the deliveries is going to increase a lot. So, for instance, this is something which is important as an industry. Don't punish so much, because it could be even worse if we move to this kind of models. For instance, we have you know that in Spain it's not possible to deliver medicines to the homes, but it's possible with the consumer products. In Cofares, as other many companies, we have the e-commerce, which is possible. If you deliver at home, you have to pay for the delivery, which is something around €5, something like that. But if you go if you deliver in the pharmacy, it's for free. But not only because of the cost perspective, but it's because it makes sense that we are reducing the impact. If we are able to concentrate the deliveries, I think that we are doing a lot not only for the cost reduction, for the CO2 emissions. So sometimes we punish a lot, but things that some of the models that we see in another continents could be even worse. But we are very lucky that in Europe, the number of pharmacies that we have and the timetables of the pharmacies, we have a pharmacy close to our job, close to our home. So I think that also to put in value. Yeah, definitely important.
But don't worry, Amazon.pharma will come. Huh?
But this is something that the industry today, we need to fight. And this is part of the value. This is part of the value. If the number of cartoon, plastic, and CO2 that the e-commerce today is defined, is generating is huge, huge. And this is not sustainable. So I think that the pharmacy, it's providing a huge value in terms of the delivery and, of course, the rest of the council that you are providing. So, but this is something, an argument or a point we should fight as industry with this kind of Amazons. Yeah. That is the impact that they are generating with the CO2. It's crazy. If all these deliveries that we are doing in the pharmacy, imagine that instead of all the deliveries in the pharmacy, we have to do at homes. That's a nightmare. Yeah. Crazy. We have a question over there.
Yeah, it wasn't so much a question. I think, Ruben, you've just covered the point I was going to make, that the bricks and mortar are not playing in isolation. In some markets, there are e-commerce players. And we heard at a recent GIRP conference from the head of the Pharmacy Association, who said that 3-4 deliveries a day can actually help compete against some of those e-commerce players as well. So I think the point around bringing the industry associations with you and going as a group is really important.
And the level of stock that you have, if we are able, as you have said before, the possibility when you place an order, you can check which is the available stock in the pharmacy. So you don't have to wait for the following day to receive, but probably you can pick up in 15 minutes because it's in the stock of any of the pharmacy, and directly can be created a new a reposition order to the distributor. So I think that as industry, if we believe in all the power that sometimes we don't realize, we have a lot of value to compete with all these threats. Absolutely agree.
Maybe one general question. So we've talked about a trend or a risk regarding the e-commerce development. There are development of personalized medication, personalized medicine. One half of the new products are cold chain related. We developed HMPs and new types of therapies. How do you see the evolution of the industry, the sector, with the environmental approach and sustainability? Do you see some challenges around that in the future?
So at the end, it's a chance. We have to take it, we have to change, and we have to see how to cope with that. And we have to move, yeah, and we must get much more momentum on that. So when I see some of these discussions, Mr. Krasnik as a patient, yeah, so you will get the electronic prescription, more or less. Yeah, this will be a big game changer. We see that in the UK, we see that in the Netherlands. Patients are totally different. The patient is changing over there with this digital ecosystem. So we see with these sustainability ideas, we have to put that in our ecosystem. We have to make it our business model pretty easy. Yeah, and there's we have to talk the vocabulary, we have to take it, we have to learn, we have to fail fast, we have to be agile. We heard that yesterday. Yeah, so and this is. All of that is not that much built in pharmaceutical wholesale. We are more or less traditional, step back, okay, wait. Yeah, so there are things we have to change, and we have to change fast. And for sure, our associations have to work on that as well. Yeah, they very often work on low cost. No, it's not just on work on low cost. It's work on the business model as such. Yeah, and for sure, how to make money with that. Yeah, but at the end, it's a patient, it's a customer, it's how to serve it even better in the future with all of that. And I think we can do that. Yeah, we have a lot of good partners, but we have to rethink how to collaborate to these partners and how to reinvent what we do. Yeah. Yeah, and this is a chance what we have to take here.
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe one last question before we end with this session, unfortunately, because we can talk during 2 more hours, I think. Maybe one question or one remark from the audience? No? So I would like to welcome you very much for your great intervention and presentation, and thank you also for the audience for the active participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Frank, for this very inspiring session. We have seen through the lively discussion that we will need to work much more on that. We'll go and try with our industry partners and with the other European associations to discuss the topic further and try to come perhaps to a standard. Many thanks also to the speakers, Laurent, Martin, Lutz, and Ruben. And with that, we would like to move on in our program, and I am pleased to welcome Mr. Dieter Hochörtler here for a presentation, and thank you again for last night's beautiful dinner to Knapp. We all enjoyed and appreciated it. Dieter is Director of Sales and Systems Engineering Europe, Healthcare Solutions at Knapp. And you will enlighten us on vertical integration. The floor is yours, Dieter. Thanks.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Dieter, and I'm part of the Knapp healthcare team. And thank you, Monica, and the team, let's say, for granting us the opportunity here to share with you insights in recent development and solutions for integrated healthcare logistics services. When listening to you and your colleagues throughout the European wholesale market, many interesting things can be observed. Unfortunately, I do not have the facts and figures like IQV I have, but in a nutshell, I can say that there will be more patients, there will be more technology, there will be more information and increased costs. And all this is around, as we already heard, about the patient becoming an ultimate consumer. So here we have a very well fit, because Knapp is supporting here with a huge variety of different technology for these business cases. And as you know, we are well settled within the healthcare supply chain, so our technology can be found from the production side until the rear end to the patient services. So you can say from the manufacturer almost until into the mouth of the patient. Today I selected 3, let's say, examples that I would like to show you for recent developments. I will talk about the vertical integration between pre-wholesale and wholesale. I will talk a bit about integrative aspects of artificial intelligence, and at the end I'll show you a recent development in integrated solutions for dispensing services. So let's hit the ground running. The first one is an interesting thing. It's, let's say, the vertical integration of wholesale and pre-wholesale. Why is it so interesting? Because it's somehow contradictional. The worlds of wholesale and pre-wholesale are very opposing to each other. We literally talk about bringing the apples and oranges together and merge it to something that looks like this. This is not something theoretical, so we've been awarded with a project. This is a real-world project running in Switzerland. and I'd like to show you some of the, let's say, principles of this installation. What is very, let's say, one of the core ideas there is, let's say, the shift models. What you see here in yellow on the left side is the typical wholesale fast food that is served, so to say, several times a day to the pharmacy. And let's say at the other side, we'll have the pre-wholesale menu that is typically served the next day. So what we do in this concept, we're merging together both business models and combine them within one installation, within one system. And by bringing, so to say, those both worlds together, we turn it at the end in a system with an extremely high utilization. Yeah? Customers also, let's say, benefiting from high synergies in terms of stock keeping and also of personal management. I have a quick video here with me showing you some impressions of this installation. So there is the Knapp OSR shuttle technology, and this is, let's say, managing the combined overstock for the wholesale and the pre-wholesale. And out of this shuttle, we are, so to say, delivering the right items, the right quantity and the right time in best quality to the big station. And at the big station, we have different big stations there, as you can see here. Classic goods to person big stations, but also incorporated in the solution a robot. The issue here with the robot is the following, let's say, background, because there is a third dimension. You have, on the one hand, the shift models, you have the wholesale, the pre-wholesale, the businesses, and then you have the handling units as well. So when I talk about handling units, what do I mean? Normally, or typically in the wholesale business, you're picking on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units a line, whilst in the pre-wholesale business, the quantities are much bigger. We're talking here about 20, 40, 80 pieces per line. And what we have observed here is that we have a relatively high portion of lines that can be directly shipped as the full carton. So we introduced there as the third dimension, the handling unit, so to say. And for picking those full cases, we have a fully automated robot system. Also here I have a quick video to give you some impressions. So everything is working, is connected, yeah, and the robot here has a vision system, is detecting the carton inside the bin, is then picking the right quantity, is applying automatically a shipping label. It's everything validated from a software point of view, and then there are some inline checks, and then it goes to the dispatch area for the palletizing. Talking about robots is the, let's say, right word to hand over to the next point. Because when we talk about integrational aspects of artificial intelligence, we have to say that artificial intelligence has a perfect fit with robots. Why is that? When we look back at the, let's say, career of robots, we know that they developed in the automotive industry, where they did repetitive tasks, very precise, very fast. But let's say the precondition to this is that somebody has to teach the robot upfront. And this teaching that is not suitable for the, let's say, for the wholesale logistics industry, because this is a relatively high effort, and you cannot do that all the time. And by means of artificial intelligence, yeah, we have eliminated this factor. So this lion's share, you can say, of labor-intensive work to maintain the robot is eliminated. Robots are connected via a cloud service. They are, so to say, collectively learning, and they are continuously improving. And the interesting thing is that as we from Knapp are not only in healthcare, we're also sold in other industry, all these, let's say, learnings from this cloud is so to say, from the total, from all industries. It's like retail, fashion, and so on. Also have here a quick video to give you some ideas about that. As you can see here, the robot coming here with a fully integrated system, also with a shuttle system, is automatically detecting the items. There is no need of cultivating the master item data. The system, so to say, works completely independently. And depending on the grasping tool, so to say, the robot can handle apparels in the fashion industry, working in the tool industry, healthcare, and that's why it's very, let's say, very beneficial. And the cool thing is that everything is connected, and if, let's say, one error occurs and the robot is able to fix that, how to grab that item correctly, it is like a child, so to say, learning and updated all the other connected robots within the cloud. So that is really a really fantastic item, or let's say property of the robot system by us. All the videos you can find on our website and as well on our social media channels. Perfect. And for the last, let's say, theme today, I'd like to talk about a brand new development for dispensing services. So in principle, this topic is not new to us. We have several, let's say, developments in the past in the US market, but as we have observed that let's say, the business models are very differently to Europe, we decided also to establish and undertake a new development for blister services, especially in the European market. The idea is, so to say, to transform the pills into a blister bag. So at the end, the result is looking like that. What we do is we deliver a full system. Yeah? It's a fully integrated system with automation, with software. And one of the core, let's say, core elements of this integrated solution is the so-called KNAPP daily dose dispenser. This is, let's say, the first multi-dose blister automat that is blistering from the original blister. So this is brand new, and this is also the, let's say, the differentiation here, because we observed that in conventional machines, you always have the risk of contamination, cross-contamination, and this is, so to say, here not possible because we directly put it from the original into the patient bag. And let's say one of the other aspects of this fully integrated system is that the system here is not limited to the number of let's say, SKUs. So this machine can handle 150,000 SKUs as well. I have a teaser video with me that I would like to show you at the end of my presentation.
What really matters in life? Recreation, happiness, sharing time with those you love, well-being. Taking medicine can be a bitter experience. Sorting pills, reading prescriptions. It's frustrating, prone to mistakes. Daily dose blister packs can help. Clean, precise, customized, directly from the blister pack. Ready to use. More time, more smiles, more safety. KNAPP Daily Dose Dispenser. We take care.
So, thank you for, let's say, for participating here and for your attention. I'm looking forward to further discussions, and I want to close with Irish Gaelic. I tried. for thank you is Gura Margut.
So thanks, Dieter, for that presentation and good pronunciation.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, coffee break. We'll stop for 30 minutes here, and we'll ask you to be back at 11:15. Please take the time to get a coffee and, of course, mingle with our sponsors. So see you later.
Opportunity is out there. Opportunity is out there. Everywhere. Everywhere. Opportunity for innovation. Opportunity for innovation. For discovery. For breakthroughs. For breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare. The challenge is navigating vast quantities of data and information. Disparate stakeholders. And new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there. Accomplish things you didn't think were possible. And drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technology, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
Ding, ding. My paper. Can you ring it again there, Valentin? Shake the hell out of it. I'm going to just introduce you, Catherine, and let you take the stage. Yeah, maybe you want to already sit. Sit.
In this changing world, you can rely
try
on
to
us
start again.
to meet all the supply chain
Take your
challenges.
seats.
We provide solutions.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the coffee break. Hope you had interesting discussions. We're going to start our next session this morning, and we're going to hand over to Catherine Cummins. Catherine is Operations Director at United Drug here in Dublin. We're delighted to have Catherine with us today. She's extremely busy, and many of you will have heard yesterday morning Lorraine Nolan from the Irish Medicines Agency name Catherine in person as being a key person responsible and supporting the vaccine rollout for COVID-19 here in Ireland. So Catherine has prepared a wonderful presentation for us, and we're very keen to hear your thoughts and experiences on the vaccination program. So once again, thank you, Catherine, for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Martin.
Clickers here.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Oh, that's great. Thank you. I guess just to introduce myself, I'm the Operations Director in United Drug. I spent most of my life actually in API manufacturing and development. And I guess I moved 8 years ago to the distribution industry. That was my last mile, I thought. Never did I realize that it was so complex and busy. But I'm delighted actually to be here today. I'm not a natural presenter, but I am delighted to be here today with some of my team because it's great to actually, I suppose, describe what actually went on in the last year, and it's a story, so I shouldn't get too complicated over it, all right? So let's make a start. And it's a story, so everybody has an agenda, so I won't even go through it. The first question, I suppose, is why United Drug? And really one of the reasons is that United Drug, since 2007, has actually had the contract with the HSE for all the government-owned vaccines distribution in Ireland. And it's a bespoke model. It's, validated cold chain management, active transport infrastructure. So, strict inventory control. We use SAP, a highly integrated customer service team working with the NIO. And again, we went live, even though yesterday, I suppose, Ireland is in a use and learn period, actually in distributors, and for the vaccines, we would have gone live in 2019 with falsified medicines. So we were working with the HSE on vaccines, and along came COVID 2 years ago. And that was, all I can say as operations director, one of the most complex times of our life. In March 2020, April 2020, yesterday we talked about shortages, talked about lists of critical medicines. The wholesaler was under huge pressure from the public and all of the demands. And not just that, United Drug wholesale actually supplies 1 out of every 2 packs of medicines that are sold in Ireland. So to keep that business running, and greater than 95% of these SKUs are actually healthcare products. And you couldn't choose, what will I supply, what will I not supply. People were looking for fulfilling their prescriptions for a year. There was such panic. And at the same time, we had to actually encourage the staff to come to work and implement controls, whether it was physical distancing, difficult when everybody smokes, smoking shelters, canteens, sanitization, and then introducing masks and things like that. So, you know, 2 years ago, our lives were really complicated. And in fact, the Department of Health came to United Drug and asked us to participate or assist them in the WHO Solidarity Programme for clinical trials of products to treat COVID. So we were you know, working on those aspects, and restrictions came, everything. So the government formed a task force, and you know, there were two sides to the task force. But for me, the key thing that came out of that task force, and the key message that came to me every day, was that the ability to distribute vaccine cannot be a limiting factor in the speed of the overall rollout. So this was a message coming from the Taoiseach. We would do this, but we could not be a limiting factor. And that was some pressure, let me tell you. So I guess I drew this at the weekend and thought, where are we in all of this, all right? So maybe I should put my glasses on, because slightly trying to read and not, but I put the distributor in the middle, and I said, okay, there's manufacturer, there's the vaccine administration, and then on the other side, there's the Irish nation, all right? So from a manufacturer, what were the unknowns that we didn't even know about? So vaccines, all different technologies, right? We all know about the mRNA, but you had, you know, the AstraZeneca, you had the Janssen's, all different technologies and profiles. Specific handling requirements, at the time I had no idea really what they were. I was listening to the US, the FDA, what was being approved, and, you know, did that mean that I was actually going to be looking at anything like that? I had no idea what we were doing. Waiting for the EMA approval dates. And when then was the product going to become available, and how fast then was it going to be required to be out in people's arms? And then, you know, everybody was reading in the papers all through Europe in terms of, well, what quantities were coming in and how often were they coming in? And, you know, there was a lot of talk of different manufacturers and different profiles, let's call it. And then on the other side, the administration, what was that going to look like? You know, naively, we all thought that there'd be mass vaccination centres like America, and we'd all queue, and there it would be done. And, you know, not realising that actually there are people in residential care facilities, nursing homes. They're never going to be able to come out and get their vaccine. There are people working in healthcare hospitals. They need to be there to actually do their jobs, right? There's essential workers, you know, there's older people. So what did the actual end customers actually look like? And then for us, who were we actually talking to in the HSE, in the Department of Health, in the HPRA? Who were we actually talking to get our information, to communicate? And what was the demand planning going to be like for them? Because they were the ones setting up vaccinations. We were just in the middle, all right? And the Irish nation, what was everybody looking for? One thing was hope. I mean, we had been through 9, 12 months of you know, torture, restrictions, terror, you know, who was going to be sick, what, you know, what was happening in Europe. So hope, definitely we were all looking for hope. And the other thing I think people were looking for was trust, that they trust the government would do the right thing, that they trust that the HSE would do the right thing, and that all parties involved in that, they could actually trust, all right? And yesterday, I know there was something said about agility, and maybe it wasn't agility, maybe it was flexibility, and maybe it was a lot of things that we had to do, and collaboration and courage. There was lots of different phrases to describe, you know, what the distributor actually did in the middle. So, you know, this is one of my key slides, and this one is the next key slide, because I'm an operations director and I'm quality, and I come from technical background, and that's how I see things, right? But to me, there were 3 key factors in how we did this. I suppose one was cold chain integrity, all right? No matter what temperature that vaccine came in at, and no matter what way it was handled, and it went into a centre to be vaccinated, and we had full traceability for every minute of its journey. And that, for everyone in the room who's been vaccinated, is really important that you believe that that vaccine maintained its integrity, its quality, its stability, and we did nothing to impact that, all right? Traceability, that we had traceability. Now, we work in a very, very large warehouse. There are thousands, millions of doses. There are so many products that we were working with. And you don't want an operator to be thinking, oh, is this AstraZeneca? Is this Pfizer? What date will I put on this one? How, you know, where's this one going to? Do I scan this one? Do I not? All right. So everything we do in United Drug is built within the technology, not to rely on an operator when they're doing a task. All right. So scanners, scanning locations, handling units. All right. Tracking things. Right. That the operator is trained. That's what you do, all right? We use SAP, EWM. We are, you know, integrated into the Irish Medicines verification system. So we're actually scanning. We're looking for the good response on if the product was serialized, all right? So we're scanning it goods in, we're scanning all the way through outbound, all right? And then really not to forget about why were we doing this? We were doing it to meet a demand. People needed this. So, you know, I think I have the same pictures as Lorraine Nolan yesterday, but it was either, you know, starting off as a residential care home or running into mass vaccination centres. So that was the core of what we did. So I guess the first thing was, as I said in the beginning, I didn't know. We dealt with vaccines. We were always cold chain, 2 to 8. Everything that we worked with was 2 to 8, all right? You know, I'm you know, looking on the internet to understand what are they talking about, ultra-low temperature freezers, what are these people talking about, frozen? I'm sure that by the time they get into Ireland, they'll just want it in a fridge and we'll be going out with it, all right? And that was the way we were thinking. I won't mention Brexit once or twice, but sorry, but you know, we had a cold room, and you can see cold room 1 there, and that was our cold room, all right? And we're a very, very large distributor, and I knew that we needed to build our second cold room anyway. We were getting ready for Brexit, and we were getting ready for a vaccine, no matter what. And so when COVID started in 2020, we actually did start building that second cold room, which is over double the size of the one we wanted, all right? And you could say, you know, in some ways that was very brave. We were bringing construction into a site that was an essential workplace, but we needed to. So we had to manage that really, really closely. And so we ended up between June and December 2020 with a fully built, qualified, new cold room, very large. You can see there it's empty. I'll probably show you a slide later where it's actually more full. But so that's it in December 2020. And then, as I said, the HSC would have approached us and said, you know, we actually need you now to get -70 freezers. And, you know, I listened yesterday to the gentleman from Waterford, and it felt like it was his bread and butter. And honestly, we had no idea about -70 ultra-low temperature freezers. So 10 freezers arrived on December the 1st. And it was probably in the news. It was the biggest news of the day that the freezers had arrived, all right? We then had to install electric security. The HSC required us to actually split it in 2. So the 2 cold rooms, let's reduce the risk. If there's any issue, well, split, do 5 here and 5 there. Access control, cameras, and the IQ and the OQ was actually complete on the 7th of December. And the HSE probably thought, that's grand now, they're there, they're plugged in and they're ready to go. That's it, we're grand, you can use them. And that's not it, I suppose, and that's really what the next 2 to 3 weeks was about. Knowing that the clock was ticking and Pfizer was actually, you know, the approval was on its way. So, yes, I begged Pfizer for one dummy box, what we call the dummy pizza box, all right? And it arrived, and it had lovely purple stoppered vials, and they said, here you go. And it was a 9-inch pizza, and we went down to Domino's and went, could we have a pizza box? And they said, here you go, here's our supplier. Go and buy yourself a couple of hundred. So we bought several hundred brown pizza boxes because we had to go and mimic what was actually going to happen. And how can you do that when you've never touched the product, you haven't seen the product. So I had one dummy box of vials and I had a couple of hundred brown pizza boxes. And we started the performance qualification. And, you know, you have to understand, what way is this operation going to work? How often am I going to have to open and close this freezer? Well, who's going to tell me how often I have to? I actually have to dictate it based on the qualification. So what was the performance qualification? What was the probe going to do? Loading, unloading, what was that actually going to look like? Oh, was there going to be ice build-up? Look at your freezers at home, guys. How often do you have to defrost them and whatever else? So the defrost strategy, all right? So here's my dummy box. Anybody from Pfizer, I'm very sorry, I was never supposed to tell that I got it. And, you know, what's even more complicated is, you know, as I say, we weren't familiar with minus 70 degrees, but I knew I needed to get some vials that was going to withstand minus 70 degrees so I could stick the probes in them and do things like that. So I'm on the internet, Google is my best friend. I'm trying to find a supplier who will give me cryogenic vials that will actually fit the probes that we need to put in order to do this qualification. And then we've probes in air, probes in glycol, and a very good discussion with our friends in the HPRA, thank you. You know, and that's how we work, all right? Because, you know, as I say, we weren't the experts. We did all the work. But how do you know? You open that minus 70 degree door, boom, temperature's gone up to minus 40, right? How often can I open it? Well, how many shippers are coming in? How many times do I have to pick? I've got goods in, I've got goods out. How am I going to manage these freezers? So, you know, we came up with a very good process, and I can tell you we've had no failures, no excursions. We have 14 freezers used in the last year and supplied millions of Comirnaty vaccine and no issues for our minus 70 freezers. And then what was happening was, you know, rather than completely focusing on Pfizer, we all knew Moderna was coming. And Moderna was like a week or 2 weeks away from, you know, from Pfizer. So, and Moderna was minus 20, and we did have some minus 20 freezers, but we said, no, let's go for the standard that we're using for Comirnaty, and we'll get minus 20 freezers. And so we had, let's say, just about finished 10 minus 70 freezers on Christmas Eve, and on December the 26th, we started the IQ/OQs on the minus 20 freezers because we knew Moderna was due in second week in January. So again, we started with upright minus 20 freezers, but similar situation, open the door, temperature goes up, how often can you open it? In fact, we ended up nearly with the same approach as we would for the minus 70s. And then we went, that doesn't work perfectly for us because Moderna ships in this outer, but the order is only for a little part of that. So how do I take that little bit out, put that back in, more and more handling, more and more opening of closing of the doors. So I'd made a decision anyway that we'd never withstand all these opening and closing of the doors. So we ended up bringing 3 minus 20 walk-in freezers in the middle of January. So you can see early in the morning was the only time because, you know, typically the vans are arriving to offload stock in United Drug Distributors. So we had to take advantage of very, very early morning installation of the -20 freezer, and ended up, you know, being able to work inside the freezer with the Moderna vaccine and then subsequently with the Janssen vaccine, and being able to pick inside there, receive the goods, and then also use shippers. So that's how we did that. Transportation, you know, the standard, and you know, and I understand all the sustainability arguments and everything, but these vans are probably platinum in terms of their standards, all right? They're cold chain vans. You know, you can open and close the door, deliver to however many places, 50 on a route, no temperature excursions. If there are, it's linked back to base. People will respond, decide what to do. So I sort of jokingly added a lot more vans because, you know, as the government had said, we could not be the blocker in the rollout of the vaccine, but you need vans, and you need those vans in the country, you need them built, and you need them qualified. And I can tell you, that was a challenge, all right? They worked brilliantly. And then, yeah, Moderna, we thought Pfizer would say -70, but we'll ship at 2 to 8, and you know, you'll work that one. So that's good. Moderna, it's an mRNA, surely we're going to do the same thing. No, Moderna on January the 7th had a discussion with Moderna to try and get the information, and they said, no, you will ship at -20. The stock arrived in on the 12th of January, and the order went out on the 14th of January. So I had between January the 7th and January the 14th to come up with a solution for -20, because we didn't transport at -20 up to that time, all right? And then looking for shippers at -20, Brexit, they're in England, all right. Now there's global supply chain issue, but to try and get them through and then validate it. And then for them, you need a -40 freezer. So then we were -70, -40, -20, and 2 to 8, all right? So all of a sudden, our capabilities were huge, and that was just between December and January. Unbelievable, all right? So I suppose this is just a real summary slide. So -70s, they were procured, installed, validation. And another thing in terms of calibration, so we have 14 freezers at the moment. Maybe, you know, coming up to their calibration, their annual calibration, they were all full. And we had a bit of a problem because we said we now have to calibrate them, which means taking the stock out and moving it to another one in order to calibrate that freezer. So we had to work for several weeks before Christmas to actually do our annual calibration on the -70 freezers. So again, and people would have known, you know, the government bought 1 million doses in August. So 1 million doses of vaccine is a lot of pizza boxes coming in the one day, all right? And it's a lot of freezers. The -20, I've said that already. Again, requirement for a -40 freezer to actually put your shippers together for -20. And then the 2 to 8. So, and I put the HPRA in there because really and truly, I really am grateful. You know, we got to December the 19th and said, we need you on site. You need to work with us to tell us that our qualification is correct, our cold room is correct, our -20 will be correct, our -70 is correct, and then the next part as well was our GMP activity in terms of packing down the Pfizer boxes. And that was Christmas week, and, you know, I'm saying I'm grateful. At the same time, it was Christmas week. There was no shopping. I know, in fact, Professor McRae, who's the head of the task force, rang me when I was getting my turkey on Christmas Eve, and I was going, oh no, can you leave me alone? So we had Christmas Day off, all right? So in terms of the product, So this was the day after Christmas Day. So and you know, for people in the audience who are not from Ireland, you won't recognise these people, but this is the Minister for Health, this Chief Executive Officer of the HSE, and the members of the high-level task force. And they came on site very early because they wanted to see that shipper and those trays going into that freezer. And of course, we wouldn't let them. Because for me, it was more important to actually do the process properly and keep them away, and then we could mimic it afterwards. But it was too important for United Drug to actually scan, do the activity that we were doing, and make sure that those pizza boxes were in that freezer before we actually said, welcome, bring your phones and take all these photographs. That's not how I work. So they came in, and you know, that was two shippers. That was the first. And you know, the newspapers, the photographs went out. And yes, it was hope. That's what people wanted, and it was hope. And that's my photo of Marbella that I haven't been back yet, but I can't wait for a bit of sun, a bit of sand, a few palm trees, and a bit of walk on the sea. You know, that's really what we all wanted. You know, we've lost a lot. So these are the ones that we've handled. So we have the Comirnaty, the pizza tray. We have the children's vaccine, Moderna, the Vaxzevria, the AstraZeneca, the Janssen, and actually on the 1st of March this year we got Novavax. All right, so. And you know, what I'll go through in the next minute is really about how we handled. So, you know, a pizza box is 195 vials. That is 1,120 doses. There's not that many people in a nursing home. And, you know, you're not going to go into a hospital. You know, you might, all right? But that's as large as it is. You'll go to a vaccination centre. So that was, you know, the week before Christmas when the HSE turned around and said, actually, we would like you now to pack these at unit level. Whatever we want, you will pack them down, all right? We needed to be sure that we were able to trace everything, all right? So, and we needed to get boxes, and Paul in the audience there, he's great for sourcing, all right? And we started out with a cardboard insert and an arrow that said, you know, that means upright, but, you know, somebody turned it upside down and said, no, it fell out of the cardboard insert. So then we ended up with foam on the bottom, foam and foam on the top. You're not going to turn that one upside down and it's going to fall out. It's not. So we made our own boxes and we got them sourced, and, you know, all of those things, you know, just in time. And the other part that we did for traceability, GS1, you know, worked with us and said, okay, you're going to have to pack down to boxes, but actually we want a 2D barcode. We want to be able to trace what you give us in vaccination centres. So all of these are serialised now, not the European Medicines Verification System serialisation, their own serialisation, so that when they go to the vaccination centres, they can scan and they know where that's gone, all right? So we had to create serialized barcodes. But the other part of that barcode is what we were doing was we're changing it from a temperature of -70. The expiry date is no longer relevant. It's now become a use before date. And in Pfizer, it was 5 days in the beginning. So from January to May, we had 120 hours. So what we did was, again, going back to what I said originally, we used the scanners. The scanners, I'm taking it from this location, I'm moving it to this location, and when I do that, a label will print out exactly at that time to give you a use before date, and it's a 2D barcode, so no one can go wrong. I'm not going to ask an operator to decide what's 5 days from now. I'm not even going to get it right all the time. So just simply, and we'll show a little video in a minute, but shippers arrive on site with dry ice. Timing, very important. There's a GPS logger, temperature logger, very important to press stop. There's a control tower somewhere in Europe deciding whether that temperature is good or not, all right? And that's all very well, but we're taking those boxes out and we're putting them in the freezer. So for us, it's really important to know that those trays came from that shipper, all right? And then those trays went into that location in the freezer because we don't have the temperature back from the control tower. So if there was a problem with that shipper, we would need to know. So there's full traceability between that shipper, one shipper, 5 trays, and how we move in the warehouse. And then there's a timing, all right? As I said, how fast can I scan the packs to know what the GTIN is, what the batch number is, what the expiry date is, and how fast can I get them in the freezer? And I'm not focusing always on Pfizer. It is a complicated one, but Janssen and Moderna will come in -20, and we'll do the same thing, all right? From an order process, as I said, the tray comes in, it's 195 vials. It's over 1,000 doses. That's no good. Not in Ireland. We're a small country. The nursing homes have small numbers of people. Residential care facilities have small numbers of people. So we had to pack down, all right? GMP activity, all right? The barcode, all right? We had to create a new use before date 2D barcode. And it was a GMP pack down. So those grey tubs, each one of those is an order. There's several hundred of those every night, all right? Going to several hundred locations. And you know, we're a wholesaler. GMP, qualified persons, quality control, paperwork, standard of quality, all right? 5 days use before date. Where do you find the people that are going to work Sunday night to get the deliveries out Monday? And all the way through that week, because no matter what came in, it had to go out. The country was desperate to be vaccinated. So we had multiple qualified persons, and again, had to add them to our license. People changed their hours. I mean, the heroes are out there in the audience in terms of working Saturdays, Sundays. People, you know, we work Monday to Friday. No, we don't. We work 7 days, whatever it took, all right? 4 in the morning, 2 in the morning, whatever it took to get orders out. That was what happened, all right? Products came in and they weren't serialized, all right? But yet the HSE wanted serialization. And if they were serialized, because they were changing temperature, we may have had to decommission them and add a label that was serialized. And we were always looking on the box to say, where can we put that label? Because nobody wants us to, you know, put our label over everything else that's on the pack. So we did that. You have to thaw. You know, a box there of Janssen or Moderna, 12 hours to thaw. So you take it from one temperature and you have 2 tape, but before you move it, you have to, you can't say, oh, I'm going around the country, sure, I'll use up that 12 hours in the vans or something like that. You have to have a control and you have to be consistent. And that's how we worked, all right? So thaw time, very important. And FMD, you know, we were doing it. We were doing it. So once they were serialized, we were doing it. And then packing, all right? So in dispatch, yes, that's the fridge that I showed you was empty. It's not empty, and that's probably a year into it. So it's busy, all right? Put the boxes in polar bags. I see some of them out there. And then into the vans, all right? So I guess this is a useful slide just to show you that from the Pfizer, BioNTech coming in to Novavax recently. And the blue tells you what the storage temperature, so what is that vaccine stored at? And the pink tells you, well, what we're picking and transporting at, all right? So you can see -70 to 2 to 8 for Pfizer. AstraZeneca, so easy, 2 to 8, great. Moderna, -20 transportation. More recently, we've been allowed go to 2 to 8, all right? Again, the children's vaccine came in December, -70, going to 2 to 8, and then Novavax, easy, 2 to 8, okay? So they're the sort of complexities of the different vaccines and what we were handling. There is a little video that if I press next, it'll work. And I won't have to speak.
United Drug, Ireland's leading pharmaceutical distribution company, has been solely responsible for delivering all COVID-19 vaccines across Ireland. Our experience in medical supply logistics meant we were well placed to receive, store and supply the vaccines on time and in full to healthcare providers. The United Drug teams were fully committed to the task and knew that they were the vital cog in the vaccine rollout. The COVID-19 vaccines arrive in Ireland at our 300,000 square feet warehouse facility in City West. Each of the different vaccines have their own complex storage and handling requirements. Each sealed shipper of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines has a GPS and temperature tracker and is packed with dry ice pellets to keep the vaccine at -70 degrees in transit. Inside each are 5 small trays with 195 vials per tray. Each vial contains 6 doses, so one shipper contains 5,850 vaccine doses. The staff scan the trays for product integrity, batch, expiry date, and label them to ensure traceability. They have less than 3 minutes to complete this, but have the changeover time closer to 1 minute and 40 seconds. The Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine must be stored in our upright specialist freezers at ultra-low temperatures of -70 degrees, whereas Moderna is stored at -20 degrees. They have 20 seconds to open and close the -70 degree freezer, and they can only open the freezer 3 times in 2 hours. Alarms go off if open for longer than 20 seconds. Our teams wear protective clothing, balaclavas, safety gloves and footwear when removing the vaccines from the freezers. To prepare the vaccines for delivery to customers, the trays are brought from the ultra-low temperature freezers into the new 2 to 8 degrees Celsius cold room, which has the capacity for 1,200 storage locations. The trays of vaccines undergo good manufacturing practice repackaging to fulfill each order accurately, and the use before date, applicable from time removed from freezers, is labelled within a 2D barcode label suitable for scanning purposes in vaccination centres. The clock is ticking once again, and once the vaccines are removed from the freezer, they must be used within 30 days. At the start of the vaccine rollout, Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine used before time was 120 hours, 5 days. The picked orders are transferred from the cold room to a cold chain vehicle with active refrigerated temperature of 2 to 8 degrees Celsius and with local and remote monitoring of the temperature and alarms, and also GPS. Other vaccines are picked inside -20 degree freezers and either shipped in vans operating at -20 degrees or within shippers holding a -20 degree temperature. All vehicles have backup battery power to ensure continued cold chain when the engine is switched off. The drivers leave City West and deliver the vaccines to the GPs, hospitals, vaccination centres and pharmacies all over Ireland. It is with thanks to the flexibility of our teams that United Drug could adapt quickly to manage the successful COVID-19 vaccine rollout. They are the unsung heroes of this successful campaign.
So, I guess this is the rollout. So December 29th. So, you know, these are just historical milestones in terms of Annie Lynch and the First Lady in the nursing home. And then as the campaign progressed, GPs and pharmacists came into the programme. And I'm doing my marketing here with Lloyd's Pharmacy, but so, and you know, in the beginning, it was small quantities and small, you could say, small numbers of people being vaccinated. So how many how many GPs in Ireland? There's like close to 2,000. How many retail pharmacies? Close to 2,000, right? Probably close to 50 mass vaccination centres. But the one thing that stands out really are the nursing homes that we had to set up. So, we're a wholesaler. You need an order. In order to place an order, you need to be a customer. If you to be a customer, we need to bona fide you. We need to understand who you are, where you're located. Do you have a fridge even to store that vaccine to receive it, all right? And, at the same time, there's a programme running. The Irish people need to be vaccinated and people can't leave nursing homes. And at that time, with strict, it was just after Christmas and we would have had a huge wave. We were in the 4th wave in terms of the Delta variant. So, it was difficult. We might have had to use retail pharmacies to assist, things like that, all right? But, on New Year's Eve, we were setting up a couple of hundred customers on our system, signing off. So, the pressure on that side as well was huge. This one is a picture. The one on the very left is all the nursing homes that we went to. And please remember as well that some of this was always 2 doses, all right? 21, 28 days apart. So we didn't go once, we had to go twice. And we needed to be there before the vaccinators had come. So, and we knew that they had a schedule. So on Monday, they'd be in these nursing homes, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which meant we'd be running on Sunday for Monday, Monday for Tuesday. So that's what that picture looked like. As I said earlier, the government, decided these were the first locations for Moderna. But I only had 2 vans that were working at -20. So Paul down there would probably have shot me and said, can you believe this is where they want us to go all over Ireland? So we did it. And the one on the right, I suppose, is just the complexity of the routes that we're actually doing. So that just gives you a picture of Ireland anyway. Don't go there now over the weekend. There's plenty to be done. Again, somebody would have said, people can't leave the islands. They can't come back to the mainland to get vaccinated. You need to go there. And, this was a treat probably for some people, not for me. But we went sometimes on helicopters and that's just a picture with Credo shippers and delivered. And maybe then that doctor might have gone off in a currach off to another island, or we landed with the helicopter somewhere. Again, taking people out of the business, but necessary. So, in terms of the effectiveness and what we did, I suppose I like this graph that I found on the internet, all right? Because this graph shows what actually happened in the rollout by age group, all right? So what you see on the deep purple are the over 80s, all right? Typically nursing homes, but not necessarily. And, as it gets to more blue, it's the over 60s and the over 70s. So it was by age and immunocompromised, all right? And this is our converting what we supplied out in doses delivered. So everything, orange is Comirnaty, and you have AstraZeneca there in grey and Moderna in green. And then towards the end, you have the children's one. So it was just in time, it came in, it went out, all right? And that's what we did, all right? So in conclusion, nice slide saying science and innovation led. We had to, and we're a wholesaler and we've got different expertises, but we did. Collaboration, huge collaboration between the government, the HSE, the HPRA, whoever needed, everybody needs to collaborate. Patient folks, completely and utterly. Wherever we needed to be, we went. GMP, we had to use it. And then, I for sure leveraged off of McKesson in the UK, who were probably about a week or 2 weeks ahead of us, and some other colleagues. So go back to, did we do traceability, cold chain integrity, and meet the demand? Yes, we did. So I want to thank, first of all my colleagues. We're probably missing our daily scrum. We needed to talk every day, and every day was entertainment. We had something different to talk about unbelievable. 15 minutes, we needed to do it. All right, the government, Department of Health, the HSE, the NIO, the HPRA, and you wouldn't believe it, like I'm saying the Gardaí, all right? That's our security, our police in Ireland. Why? They helped us, right? So, you know, we're based in City West. Who was to know who was going to come looking and be curious about certain things? When the vaccines arrived, the Gardaí actually gave them an escort into the site, discreetly. When we went out delivering the Gardaí, I gave the Gardaí our routes, where we were actually delivering to, and, you know, they would be there actually on a roundabout on the way into Cork, into Galway, knowing which registration was going, where they were going, just to be sure, all right? And obviously, lots of the team in United Drug, so I don't know whether I've gone overtime or undertime, so I'm sorry, but for taking up your time. So I really, that's it. I hope nobody has any questions. That wasn't part of the deal. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. That was absolute fabulous presentation. I think everybody enjoyed, and I could see everybody was full focused attention during the presentation. So thank you very much for the great work that you've been doing, and your colleagues as well at United Drug. You said the question was not part of the deal, but we do still have a minute or two. If there is a burning question or two in the room, perhaps we can try to address them. Anyone? Going once? Twice? Monica has a question.
Sorry, Catherine. Okay. I hope you forgive me. So Lorraine has mentioned you personally yesterday to thank you for the great collaboration, and I would have especially a question on the collaboration. In many countries, governments decided at a very late point of time who is going to do the actual distribution of the vaccines in the country. How long was your lead time before you knew the contracts, the first contracts were signed after summer, in summer, but we did not know in many countries until very late. How long was it for you before you knew United Drug will do it?
End of November. End of November, yeah. So we would have, you know, Dave and myself would have met with the HSE. But I suppose the thing was we had the cold chain contract with the HSE for vaccines. So we had an order process, we had the warehouse process, we had the vans, all right? You could say we were at that scale. You know, and none of us really understood whether or not a manufacturer would supply into the country and then you would take that at 2 to 8 and supply it out. So, you know, the surprise came, you know, on that last week in November to say, what's your capability at -70? And that was the surprise. But sure, we'll give them to you, here you go, and off you go. So we didn't have that expertise. But yeah, so really the last week in November, I would say, was when, you know, and, you know, the HSE would have come out on site and had a look. They would have looked security, audit, had a look to decide, you know, what can you do? I mean, I took David's office out of the warehouse. He's the warehouse manager, and said, sorry, I need that, and I need to build a cage around it. You're out. The freezers are more important. So we, you know, we did so many things to actually just, and now it looks natural. It was like, oh, sure, you're grand, you're very effective upstairs, that's fine. So yeah, we didn't have long. But did we believe that that was the way the distribution was going to go? No. And then, I guess I'm nosy. You know, I have, or maybe I understand risk a lot, right? And I'm terrified. So I need to always get ready in advance. And in a way, I could hear Lorraine nearly saying that yesterday. So I anticipate things. So I'm asking, so I'm in with the UK going, how are you going to do that? I've no problem ringing Novavax and saying, no, I want your artwork. I need to see where I'm going to put a label on it, you know. So when I know what I need, I'll go after it, all right? And then I'll say to the guys, this is what we're faced with, what'll we do? So we've good people, but we were able to do it. Yeah.
I think we have another question there, Ronan, please.
Hi, thanks, and thanks, Catherine and Martin. My name is Ronan. I'm the Director of Public Affairs with McKesson Europe. Just a couple of observations, really. We work closely with Catherine and the team, and I know what they went through for this whole period, and we're constantly astounded by the ability to provide solutions that were almost unfathomable half the time, and deliver after deliver in the middle of Christmas, when most people are downing tools and going home, and in the middle of a horrendous outbreak where your staff and your team members and your drivers were also calling in sick. I mean, it's quite phenomenal what you did. I'm struck by the contrast that I hear in the last couple of days between the relationship between the regulator in Ireland and the full liners and the other countries I've heard from and their full liners. There seems to be a disconnect in some ways between how one could see you as a huge full liners as a solution provider, and others were actually characterizing in the shortages discussion some of the full liners as part of a problem or the issues with full liners. So I have an overwhelming message today, and it is very simple. Full liners are part of the solution, and you will never see a better solution than you've just heard today. And I would like to call on all regulators across Europe to use full liners as a solution provider. Thank you.
So thanks for those remarks, Ronan. Anyone else? So I think maybe a round of applause for Ireland's newest heroes at United Back. Thank you, Catherine. So with that, we're a couple of minutes behind schedule, but fortunately the next session is lunch, and we will be back here at, help me, 2 o'clock. So the lunch is in the Chancery restaurant, the same as dinner last night.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, Intelligent Connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, Intelligent Connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, Intelligent Connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch break. We would like to warmly thank SSI Schäfer and Inside Health for the refreshing break. Hope you also had occasion to network and to have these side chats, which we always missed. I would like now to continue with our short program this afternoon, and would like to welcome Mr. Karan Narang to the virtual stage. He's joining us from the US. Karen is President International from Excelis, and he's an expert in supply chain with extensive experience in traceability. And he has been with Excelis since already 10 years. So Karen, I hope it works. We can see you. Now let's see whether we can hear you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for your patience, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there in person. Maybe next time. You know, we're all looking forward to spending more time in person. Just couldn't make it this time. So thank you for your patience. I know it's day 2 of the presentations and of the event, so we'll try to make this as interesting as we can. I'm going to start off with a little bit of the agenda. You know, in this complex world that we live in at the moment, it becomes more and more important for us to be able to get enhanced visibility into the supply chain. And Excelis has been working in this space for a long time, and we've been putting in place systems, processes, and technology required to get enhanced traceability in the supply chain. For this presentation, we've got about 20 minutes. So I'll go through a brief introduction of who Excelis is, what we do, and then we'll talk about some of the current obligations and mandates in the supply chain, especially with traceability with all the different supply chain stakeholders. We'll talk a little bit about business needs for beyond compliance, for changing the way we're doing things in the business world today to try and keep up with the dynamic nature of business. And then we'll talk about a simple use case. I know we've spoken a lot about cold chain in this particular event. So we'll continue that theme, and we'll give you a simple case study. We'll show you a simple case study of how we're using supply chain and traceability to enhance cold chain monitoring in the supply chain. Please do feel free to ask questions as we go along. We're always happy to discuss details as required. So Excelis Health Solutions, we've been in business for almost 12 years right now. And we were acquired by the NNIT Group, which some of you may know. They're a Danish consulting firm focused in the pharmaceutical space. And we've been part of NNIT since December 2020. We do a lot of work in the pharmaceutical space, including ERP systems, supply chain, traceability, track and trace solutions, compliance, a lot of different areas in the space. Excelis is about 120 people globally, and NNIT, our parent company, is about 3,300 people globally. So I'll call it a mid-sized consulting firm. We're very active in the industry. We've been part of the HDA, the FPR, the EMVO, the GIRP for a while, and we're very active in the space, trying to help the pharmaceutical and life sciences supply chain look forward towards the future and try to keep up and cater to the needs of our supply chain partners within this space. We do focus heavily on pharmaceuticals, but we are in some other spaces as well, as consumer packaged goods, wholesale distribution, and healthcare and retail as well. So NNIT, again, consulting firm, founded in 1994, over 3,400 employees at the moment. It's a publicly traded organization, and you know, a lot of global offices around the world. So as far as NNIT as a group, you know, we focus on a lot of different areas, including data and AI, ERP solutions, production IT, MES systems, quality with Viva, and other solutions in the quality space. As you can see on the right side here, this is where Excelis comes into play. We help with traceability, and supply chain is our primary focus within the NNIT group. So, you know, we have a very broad range of services and solutions that we can cater to the needs of the pharmaceutical industry. So our focus areas for Excelis is, you know, we're heavily focused on serialization and traceability, including compliance with global regulations. We also work heavily in helping clients develop what we call future state or beyond compliance opportunities, we have also launched a very large practice within brand protection and anti-counterfeiting, which is a natural progression of traceability, is to be able to protect brands and to be able to ensure that the supply chain integrity is maintained, and that we're helping with anti-counterfeiting and solving or helping solve a big global issue that's there in the market right now. So when we talk about traceability, we typically see traceability follow a few different stages. As you can see here, we do have the progression in the complexity of traceability, but also the maturity of traceability within the supply chain. Typically, we see that markets start with basic product coding, basic serialization, and identification of products at a unit level, or identification of product in a unique fashion to ensure authenticity of product. It started off with the batch and lot traceability at a very high level, tracking batches through the supply chain, morphed into serialization, which is individual identification of sales packs in the supply chain, moved on to traceability, which is basically tying in the different saleable units with their logistical packing components as well, and being able to tie them in and be able to trace it through the supply chain. And we talk about data reporting and sharing, which is basically as the product moves through the supply chain, you're not just identifying the product, but you're also tracking it through the supply chain, sharing that data, and making sure that that product integrity is maintained. Once you have this detailed level of data available from the supply chain, you then have the opportunity to go beyond compliance, to be able to look beyond just standard traceability and try and identify what sort of value can be extracted from this data to streamline and to make to streamline the supply chain, to make it more efficient, and to track counterfeit products, or to track product diversion and the likes. So there's a natural progression of how this traceability is morphing into more enhanced models, and there's a natural progression of the maturity of this process. And we've been following this through different markets, through different supply chains globally, and they all lead to kind of this future state of where and how we can use this data to enhance our business in the future. So what we have seen is that different markets mature in this process, or these different stages, over a period of time. And as this map kind of shows you, it shows you all the different country flags as to how these markets have matured in different places. Different markets are in different stages of maturity at the moment, but they're all making their way towards the beyond compliance, towards enhanced traceability and beyond compliance. And we've been heavily involved with this and trying to help the industry move along this big arrow you see here, looking towards the future and trying to figure out how this is all going to fit in together and what value we can get out of this in the long term. Once again, talking about the complexity in the market, standard European model when it started off was basically vertical reporting, which is package the product, send it to a central database, and let it be authenticated at point of dispense. A number of other markets are also sharing the data horizontally, which means through the supply chain, moving from manufacturer to wholesaler to retailer and dispenser down all the way to the patient. And this is the movement or the digitalization of the supply chain, being able to add in different points along the supply chain where this data can be tracked, managed, and maintained. And that's what we call horizontal reporting. Russia and Brazil are very common cases for this. It's a known, their requirements are very clear. They've gone towards a horizontal reporting. in a heavy manner versus Europe, which is vertical reporting at the moment, and slowly moving towards horizontal reporting in the future. So it's again, a changing landscape, but they're all moving towards a more standardized global way of tracking product through the supply chain. So as you can see here, the whole architecture of how the product is manufactured and makes its way down to the point of dispense is really complicated. There's data moving vertically, there's data moving horizontally, and this is also, supply chain is no longer about just product moving through it, but it's more also about the data, the accompanying data moving through the supply chain and adding in the required reporting points and the touch points required. What this does, it gives us as the industry participants a very deep view of how the product's moving through the supply chain and how we're able to track it through its life cycle, all the way from the time it's made till the time a patient actually takes it. So this is of a lot of value that we can use, and the data is a lot of value that can be used for enhanced traceability and can be used for visibility in the supply chain and to try and get additional value from it. And this shows you a little bit of a map of what some of the additional responsibilities of the supply chain stakeholders is in different markets. What the 3PLs and wholesalers need to do in order to comply with requirements, in order to make sure that they're doing their part in traceability. It gives you a high-level view of what their responsibilities are. For example, managing serialized data through the supply chain, or horizontal data integration between the MAH, the 3PL, and the wholesaler. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. There's a lot of data moving through the supply chain along with the physical inventory that needs to move in. And there's a lot of need for systems and processes to ensure this traceability is implemented over a period of time. So we are in a very interesting time at the moment to try and get all this in place in a timely manner. So some of the things that are going to drive the future of what traceability looks like is obviously we have the compliance piece, which has been moving along pretty well. Global markets are all moving towards traceability of prescription pharmaceutical products, going from a state of basic traceability and moving into that whole value beyond compliance space. And a big part that's going to drive the industry in the next 3 to 5 years is operationalizing this, integrating all this traceability within the internal operations, being able to communicate and interact with your supply chain partners a lot more, which people like to call digitalization, which is nothing but being able to collect data at different data points, different points of within the supply chain and analyze and use that data in a productive manner. Along with it will come the need for standardization of master data using things like IDMP, for example, and eventually moving more towards a sustainability model, because this is here to stay and is going to remain in place for an indefinite period of time. So sustainability is going to be a big driver in the future as well. Obviously, the security of product becomes a very high priority. Product security and brand protection is going to lead some of that. And then we also need to, when you generate so much data, you also need to worry about data integrity. So once again, supply chain digitalization, this is what everybody is talking about and is becoming a high priority. What this does is it helps provide more visibility, agility of data, enhances the efficiency of moving the product through the supply chain, and also adds to product security. So we've been working in this space for a long time and helping our clients manage this process. So we're also moving, from a siloed individual organization mentality to a more connected and digital supply chain. And a big part of this is this whole data layer that comes into play and the shared data definitions that we need to be able to exchange this data and make it useful across the supply chain. I want to give you guys a little bit of a use case. I wanted to get to this quick because I'm also looking at the clock here, which is 2 more minutes. But I wanted to show you a little practical use case for cold chain tracking using traceability. information. So we do have, we helped a client put in place a system to enhance the traceability of the COVID vaccine through the supply chain, because one, limited supply, two, the need to track this product through the supply chain in a very controlled manner, because of the need to move this product through the supply chain at below freezing temperatures. So we helped a client put this in place to track, to tie in serialization and traceability data with individual shipments and be able to minimize waste of the COVID vaccine, which is in huge demand. So I'm going to go through this use case a little bit here so we can show you what this looks like. We do use standard data models and processes, GS1 standards, to communicate, to add business value, to enrich the data, and to share the data between partners. Fully compliant, GMP and GDP compliant solution that provides clients the ability to track cold chain product through the supply chain. So obviously, we all know, the need for Pfizer to, this came out in the news. It was the need for the vaccine to be tracked at sub-zero temperatures and ensure that they overcome the distribution challenges from having to track this and to get this through. As we've discussed in previous presentations in this event, typically you have a data logger that is tied with a shipment, and when it arrives at the destination, data from the data logger is downloaded. And if there's a deviation, they do have to destroy that shipment, or that shipment has to be quarantined and cannot be put into the actual supply chain. So we do know that this is an issue that needs to be resolved, and we specifically helped resolve this particular issue that you see here on the screen. The way we did this is we actually extracted serialization traceability data. Sorry, I had to mask off some of the names in here. But we basically extracted the data from their serialization and traceability files. We added on additional data from cold chain data logging devices, things like the data logger IDs, ice packs, the gross weight to ensure quality control, tied it to an individual ice box, and be able to ensure that you can now track back to a specific ice box and not have to, and manage the deviations in temperature, and be able to track this so that you don't have to actually destroy the entire shipment. You only have to destroy or quarantine one ice box or a tote versus the entire shipment. We then pass this data downstream to the supply chain partners so they can track it and receive it on their end. Pretty simple architecture, taking serialization data, traceability data, tying it into data from the cold chain tracking systems, tracking and monitoring systems, and then passing it downstream so it can be captured or it can be verified at the receiving end to ensure that the product integrity is maintained. Some screenshots here to show you what this looks like. A mobile device-based application that allows you to tie in specific product or product IDs to data logger IDs to ensure that you only have to identify and take off the one specific tote in order to destroy it or to quarantine it as needed. So the application, very user-friendly. We're able to scan the barcodes, tie them into the data loggers. And on the right side here, for example, you'll see what this looks like. You've got the payload ID, which is basically the identifier of the actual tote, tied into the data logger, specific data logger here on the right side, and also capturing the weight of that tote, making sure the right number of ice packs are put in that particular tote to make sure that the product temperature is maintained. Be able to tie it into the data logger, the weight, and all this additional non-serialization data tied in with actual serialization data. So when it is received at the endpoint, they're able to isolate one particular ice box and eliminate the need to quarantine or to destroy the entire shipment. So we've combined through this process serialization and traceability data with cold chain and data logger data there, making sure that you have more granular tracking. This helps in reducing product wastage due to temperature deviations, eliminates the need to destroy or dispose of entire shipments, ensure increased visibility because we're capturing this information at different points in the supply chain, and we eliminate waste. We're also able to identify specific points in the supply chain where the deviations occurred. So we were able to streamline the operations and ensure that we get the product to the actual patient and ensure positive outcomes for the patients. So this a very simple use case of how we're tracking the cold chain data along with traceability information to ensure that the product continues to move down the supply chain and ensure that that the product can get where it needs to go, even in very complex distribution environments. So we do take advantage of basic serialization and traceability systems to ensure that we add value beyond compliance. We're saving our clients a lot of time, effort, and money in producing and distributing the product down the supply chain to ensure that patients actually get this product. So true business value added in there. We're able to track this data using the standard existing networks or integrations between partners. So when a contract manufacturer has to send it to the brand owner or down to the 3PL and the wholesaler, it's the existing integration between these partners that is leveraged to pass down non-serialization data as well, including this cold chain information. That way it's an existing network that can be leveraged to pass the data and to make it useful information for the supply chain. We do use this with a number of different clients in different use cases, different types of cold chain tracking, different types of supply chain models, using multiple different solutions, and it can be configured to accommodate different use cases as well. Again, fully secured and segregated data model, making sure that we maintain the data integrity we spoke about. And it's very useful, a user-friendly application because it's a mobile-based application that can be deployed on iOS devices or Android devices, commercial barcode scanners, and it can be deployed in a very quick manner because this is a subscription service and doesn't require a heavy infrastructure on our client's part. So quick to deploy, quick to configure the use case, and bring business value to the clients in a quick and efficient manner without large initial investments in infrastructure. And that's it. I think, we've run out of time. I think, we did have about 20 minutes for the presentation. Just wanted to give you a very high view of what we're trying to do to add value in the supply chain, to add enhanced traceability to the core basic compliance systems that we have in place right now to bring about more value to the key supply chain stakeholders. I'll pause now for questions. That was a very quick presentation there, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those now.
So thanks, Karen, very much for that presentation. We're checking here in the room to see if there is anyone with a burning question to you. Going once, twice. Nope. Too sleepy after lunch, I'm afraid, Karen, here.
No, it's totally understandable.
Yes, absolutely. Your presentation was perfect, so I guess that's the reason why there is not a precipitation of questions here. So thank you very much for joining us virtually. We're sorry not to have had you here in Dublin with us, but hopefully you will make it to Berlin or to our next supply chain conference next year.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So thanks, Karen. So, with that, we also are going on to another virtual presentation. This time I would like to welcome Mario Ulrich, who is Global Sales Leader at BD Rova. It says to the stage, but I guess on screen, and I wonder if he's there. Let's see your photo. 2 minutes. As in, he's joining in 2 minutes, or it takes him 2 minutes to unmute. Anyway, so Mario, while he's connecting in 2 minutes, he is, as I said, Global Sales Lead at BD Rova. Since 2018, Mario was responsible for global sales of automated intralogistics solutions for pharmaceutical wholesaling. And as soon as Mario connects, the floor or the virtual screen will be his. Yeah. Do we want to, Manfred is proposing, I think, if that's what you meant by that, to do a swap. Okay, so Mario,
yeah.
Testing. Okay, there you are. So the screen is yours.
Okay, first, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks for having me in your round. That is really a pleasure. Unfortunately, I was not able to join to be on site here in Dublin, because an unexpected but urgent hospital treatment avoided this, but no worries, I'm fine now. And at least I'm very happy now to have this opportunity to talk about this wonderful topic as micro-fulfillment centers. The topic here is how micro-fulfillment centers can support a sustainable supply chain and improve the customer experience. And would like to start first with who is BD Rover. I think most of you know where we are and who we are. That means BD Rover is a German company. You know us from automatic storage and retrieval systems. Overall in pharmacies now we have more than 10,000 installations worldwide. And I'm responsible for the global sales of distribution center solutions from BD Rover. Yeah, and BD Rover also stands not only for this. We have talked and we have thought a lot of time ago about how we can make our customer more happy with end-to-end solutions, and not only to be focused on simply on interlogistics solutions and in terms of a distribution center, but also to think about how we can improve processes in the pharmacies and hospitals and so on. And that brought us directly to supply chain processes, but also interlogistic processes. And what I would like to discuss now is how we can improve this customer experience by micro-fulfillment centers. Let me step now in the presentation mode. I think that is better for you all. I hope that that fits now. You can see my full screen now. I don't need to repeat all these global challenges we have already in the pharmaceutical supply chain. That means starting from the manufacturer to the wholesale, up to the pharmacies, hospitals, and to the patients. For sure, we have still a lack of transparency by tracing problems to the source. We have still things to do in regards of digitizations. A part of the FMD directive, we need still to take care about the pharmaceutical fraud. That is still a big challenge for us. And for sure, we have a constant change of compliance and regulations. I would a little bit to focus now on the pharmaceutical supply chain, because we are having a big change, and we have since years a big change. To give an example, in New York now, not for pharmaceutical distribution, but overall we have here 1.5 million packs needs to be distributed every day in this city, and that is also a very clear trend that we see now for other big cities. That means also for pharmaceutical supply chain, that needs for us, we need to make this supply chain sustainable, economical, and for overall patient-centric. And to give a step more in regards to the distribution from warehouse to the hospitals, pharmacies, and patients, we have here very important challenges. That means we have high delivery costs, and time becomes more and more challenging. The unpredictable elements like weather conditions, more traffic, we have traffic jams and so on. Achieving a routing efficiency that is not, it seems not so challenging, but more and more, because overall with the B2C business, for mail order pharmacies, that is very important. And as you know also, that the traditional pharmacy is becoming more and more hybrid by omnichannel, and therefore that is also a topic for normal pharmacies. The availability of customers from point of view of the patients, that means, okay, there needs to be there when we are just shipping the medicine to the patients. And I would like to highlight the last 3 points and in the follow presentation. To meet the customer expectation in terms of to deliver the right medicine at the right time and in the right place, and the increasing access of restrictions to urban cities and the growth of urban population. Yeah, here's some examples. We have here the pre-COVID research showed that 80% of consumers expected same-day delivery, and 6 out of 10 wanted to receive their good within 1 or 3 hours. That is crazy. How can we do that if we have this kind of growing in urban cities where we have a lot of traffic jams and so on? I mean, not only for delivering of pharmacies as well, also hospitals and also patients. You can see in the US, we have the Walgreens is rolling out to our delivery nationwide in the US market, and we expect something also that needs we need to meet some requirements also in the European market. Yeah, and in terms of urbanization, today we have more or less 55% of world's population are living in cities, and we expect that that will grow in the next years up to 2050, up to 70%. That is crazy because more and more people are going and try to live in cities, and that is becomes a real challenge not only for distribution, also for how we are try to live in cities. That means from architecture side, how we try to build the cities. Only to mention 50 mini cities, maybe someone of you have heard about this. In Paris now, they have started years ago initiative about 50 mini cities, that everything is achievable from the neighborhood by a walk, by the bicycle drive in 15 minutes. That means culture, work, but also school, everything. Yeah, that is a clear trend we see here, not only for Paris, and also Melbourne and Milan and other cities are following this model. Another topic is really that we have the big challenge from the cars, because more and more the cars by traffic jams not are only generating a high emission, that only is the cities have been made only for cars sometimes, because we have very, very big streets. We have no neighborhood, and everything is really is cut in the streets with different districts and so on. And therefore, in order to fulfill emission parameters and restrictions, they ban more and more cars. You see here some examples from Brussels, from Paris, but also you can see here from Glasgow and Berlin. Everything, a lot of cities try to ban cars now from the urban cities. Here also some example from Barcelona, from the Eixample district. They try to, the Eixample district, as you can see it on the top on the left. We have here a lot of this kind of facilities, or sorry, houses and buildings are structured in this way, and we try to recover everything with this kind of green parks, and to make it worth of life for the neighborhood and not for cars. Yeah, and also I mentioned here Paris. Here you can see the same, the ban cars in Paris. They have recovered a lot of parking places. I read 60,000 park places have been recovered and eliminated in order to give these places back to the neighborhood and make places and parks and to make it really worth to live for the neighborhood in Paris. Yeah, how we can support the sustainable supply chain and improve the customer experience. We think that is possible by micro-fulfillment centers and efficient last-mile logistics. And what is a MFC? MFC is simply we are going from out of cities. The central distribution comes in to the urban cities, that we are moving the central distribution to the urban cities. For sure, not in this dimension as we now this actually, that is not that we are substituting central distribution out of cities, but we need to complement this with micro-fulfillment center, which are located in the urban cities. And the dimension for sure is different, it will smaller. I give in continuation some examples on that. Yeah, and for sure we try with this to be closer to customers to enable them faster, more flexible and sustainable delivery. Advantages are quite clear. We are reducing delivery times and cost. We are decreasing error rates. We are optimizing inventory management. And the good thing is that we have some standard setup in order to set up this facility by due pre-engineering approach for automation. Here you can Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I just a short interruption, sorry. Yeah, and this is a use case from MFC with 3,000 square meters, and that is a professional solution you can see here. You see here on the right is an automated storage and retrieval system, and this has been placed here on the left side, inside of the warehouse. We are combining this with our partner solutions from A-Frame, but also with RF, manual radio frequency picking. And this allows up to 5,000 orders per day to fulfill these orders, and with only 3,000 square meters. And for sure, we have also smaller solutions ones. You can see with only 2 VMAX, but also in combination that what we want, also with manual shelves, with label solutions, and also other automated solution combinable. In this case here, we have on 750 square meters, nearby 1,500 orders per day. We can fulfill this order to be delivered to hospitals, to pharmacies, or to patients. And the smallest one, we can it's combinable with the pharmacy or with any kind of back office we have, even in any kind of facility located in the urban city. In this case, only 375 square meters as an example, and with this 750 orders per day. Yeah, that is a short resume of this. What you have seen before, we have different use cases for these smaller solutions you can see as basic and advanced. On only 375 or 750 square meters, always located in urban cities, we are able to build up some local fill, what is usually in Nordic countries, or we have hub and spoke models, distance selling pharmacies, also with combinable with e-commerce business. And the professional solution is quite bigger, as you see, 4 times more than advanced, 3,000 square meters. It could fit very good for central distribution, mail order pharmacies, pharmacy hospitals, or central fill, up to 5,000 orders. Each solution for sure is scalable and totally tailor-fit, and depends from demands of the customer. But you can see here we have, with a high automation, we are able to fulfill orders inside of urban cities, and that is a huge opportunity we have with this kind of technology. Yeah, and I said also we try to connect the order fulfillment with last mile logistics, and we have already closed a partnership with a German company, Riedel. You can see here on the picture that we have some e-cargo bikes will be driven by UPS. It's quite common here in New York. That is totally you can drive this with no driver license. We have that is totally CO2 free, traceable by GPS, 2 cubic meters load and speed 25 kilometers per hour, and passive cooling at the moment, and soon also with active cooling, because that seems that we will switch also from battery to hydrogen. And you see on the top is as a kind of summary, we are also saving travel distance, travel time, and overall over the entire supply chain CO2 emission. That is for sure dependent a little bit from the use case. And here's this example, micro-fulfillment combined with last mile logistics. You can see here we have some manufacturing delivering the medicine to the micro-fulfillment center are located in the urban city. And with this, as you have seen, we are able to prepare between 750 or 5,000 orders. And with this can be hand over to these e-cargo bikes and can be shipped directly to hospitals, to pharmacies, and also to patients. Yeah, and with this I close this short introduction in the wonderful world of micro-fulfillment and last mile logistics, and yeah, open for questions.
So thanks, Mario, for that. I'm just getting to the stage here to see if there's any questions in the room for you. So it seems like, Karen, that your presentation was perfectly clear. So thank you very much, Mario.
Many thanks you all.
So hopefully next time, Mario, we see you in person.
Have a great day. Many thanks.
Manfred. So I don't think Manfred really needs any introduction, but there may be one or two that perhaps does not know Manfred by this time. But Manfred, you have over 40 years of experience with picking systems right across the pharmaceutical industry. And since 2019, you've been working with right-hand robotics. And I don't think there is a need to say more than that as a means of introduction. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Does it work? Yeah, okay. Okay, I have a short introduction for me, because I'm in the age that I should be retired. Then I found a group of young people in Harvard University in Boston. And if I work with them, then the average of age is going up. They're much younger than me. But my background is I was working 25, 30 years in my own company since 1980, and I developed picking systems for pharmaceuticals. There was a demand from the market, then I did it. And later on it was growing too fast. Then I came together with Schaefer and worked now 15 years for Schaefer. And then I again want to retire, but they didn't let me go. And then the people from Right-Hand Robotics came to me on a show in Chicago and said, "You are insider in pharmaceutical. We have a robot, and for the robot, small pieces are the best. But we have all the different pieces. We have to have a gripper who can handle it." And it's exactly what they have developed. And this was interesting for me. And then I told them, okay, I can help you. Let's try for half a year. It's now 3 years ago. And we started together. It was really fun for me with these young people. It was like a group of students. They were playing. No clue from business what they are doing. And if they go to pharmaceutical wholesaler, they are really people a little bit older and very directly, and they are came in jeans with holes and with T-shirt, and that doesn't really fit. And I go, I help you, and I built up the structure in Europe. And we started in Germany. They had only one guy in Germany. It was not enough for all Europe. And then now we are in different countries, in Netherlands, Germany, in Spain, and in others. And I think we have now a very good network and also a good network of customers. But one of the topics I should talk about is how can this help with the problems we had, all of the had with the pandemic. And one of the customer, maybe he's sitting here, had a problem. I had a visit there. It was in Austria. A visit there, agreed. Then they called me up. It's not possible. We have 30% of our people are sick now with Corona, and we have to. Everybody has to come from the offices and has to pick, and it's not possible to come. And then I say, why not you use the robot? Because we have a really good system, and it's also still installed in Netherlands. It's a big installation with 16 robots. They had 300 people in the installation before, and afterwards was 30 people. And to do the whole business with 30, what they have done before with 300. It was interesting, because Netherlands is a country with high wages. The same is in Norway or in Switzerland, and these are the countries come first to us. In Germany, I'm still fighting, but in the moment we have to do enough. Okay, then let's go. This is this nice small company. Meanwhile, 100 people starting in Harvard, coming together and developed a gripper. What is the newer on the gripper? The gripper is a suction cup gripper and with fingers. And there's 3 fingers, but each finger can control separately. That means we are very flexible with the product, much more than we have only a suction cup, what we had before at Schaefer. And also what's interesting here with Rover, because as I was at Schaefer, I pushed Rover into Schaefer, that we have also Rover in our portfolio. Okay, see, 1915 is normally the date where they set up the company, and there's then very interesting people coming in. Big ones, a lot of you know that's the Kiva, he owns the Kiva. The Kiva is an HEV, and he had a lot of money because he sold Kiva for 780 million because he wanted to become president, but it didn't work. And for, not months, but the guy with the money. And we had won all the competitions we take part with picking. And that give me, what was fine for me, say, okay, I push it forward. Also in Europe, it fits better in Europe than in US. In US, we have bigger orders, have not the demands that we have to deliver 15 minutes after we get the orders in. It means we have to need a lot of people, and it's not so easy to control. The warehouses have been always bigger, and bigger warehouses are not in the city. They are outside the city. Outside the city, you don't get the best personnel what you need. And this was better for the robot. They are located in Somerville, in Massachusetts. Most of them come from MIT, in Boston. And we have, it's not this way I would do it. Also, we have also the offices in Germany, Nuremberg, in my hometown. But it's for accident, it didn't influence it. And in Japan as well, and now also in Madrid and in other countries. What we are looking for, we see the whole processes in the warehouse. That means it's the goods in, it's a put away, it's the picking and the packing, and we want to do as much as possible with the robot. There's some pictures you see. We should work with goods to robot, goods to person system. And because if it goes inside the shelf, it does not really work. I never tried it, but I know it does not work. But with goods to person, it's very common meanwhile. We have all the shuttle system, the carousel system, the AutoStore system, and so on. It's always goods to person or goods to robot. And it's also easy to replace a person with a robot. Also, the pick rate is not so different. The robot is doing around about 500, inclusive reading. And what I heard from the colleagues from pharmaceutical, they say, okay, that's okay. We have only 275, and that's 500 is okay. We always try to get it up, but we also need to have error-free picking because it's pharmaceutical. And we have also where pharmaceuticals go directly to the patient. And then we have all the safety what we need. And in US, they started always with Six Sigma. Six Sigma means is allowed 3 errors with 1 million picks. And all the machines cannot do it. A-frame is a real good machine for high quantity and very fast, but Six Sigma is not possible. It's also not a high error rate, but was not possible. What we see here in the picture on the left side, on the top of the left side, we pick out of a shuttle system. It's an American shuttle system, but it's the same where it comes from, carousel, shuttle, AutoStore. And we can put it directly in a sorter if it goes sorted to the pharmacy. And also, what say like in US, this shuttle, this HGVs, and this HGVs is also a new system. They drive on top of the shelves and have holes in the surface, and then they put inside like the post is doing, like a postal. And it's but only in US I have seen it. Then this is kitting. That means to combine kits, pieces to a kit. And there's also a lot of manual work if you do it in this way, but it works very well. And also it's a big to tote on the right side, on the bottom, it's an AutoStore system. Meanwhile, we have also a contract with AutoStore. We have no exclusive contract. I take care. I don't want exclusive contracts. They only keep you away from the market. And but we work with everybody. And for this, it was very important that we find companies which integrate it, because we are not only on a green field. The companies have 25, 40 years they are in the market, have different types of computers and software systems, and it should work with them. And if you go to them and say, okay, here you have only to change this and this and this, and then it works, because we have a really good pamphlet that is easy to do. But they say, okay, this is 30 years old. The people are not more in the companies. They retired. Nobody knows exactly how it works. This cannot work. That made it on our side and not on the side of the customer. And since we are doing this, it works very well. So what is the special thing? This is the gripper with the suction cup in the middle and 3 fingers outside. And it goes in. We tried it in a really big installation. It does not work because they are sitting so fast, so strong in the carton, they cannot do it. Because they made the error that they took it from the corner and in lines. That does not work. You have to take it out of the middle. And if you lift it up with a suction cup, then you can take the gripper, then you can put it out. It's not a problem. And then you can make it empty. And what you see in the middle is always a problem if something is in the corner. And if you only have suction cup, so you cannot get it. You must have to push it in the middle and then grip it. And in our case, we can grip. If not, then we can have one finger, put it in the middle, have the next picture, and take it out. So this we can really make it empty and put it also in plastic boxes. And also the shape of the items. We are very flexible because we can also pick polybags, because we have not to lift the polybag with a suction cup, only to a little bit, and then the gripper is coming and takes the polybag. And also we can manage it with compartments in the box, in the storage box, which comes to the robot. And you see also there's a lot of polybags in. And this is how it looks like. It's only a standalone system. Normally it's integrated in the material flow. And only that you see what is in this. We have a camera, we have a robot, of course, the controls, and the AI. That's very important, because what we are doing is the robot is self-learning. For instance, if you have a toothpaste, then you cannot take it from one side, then you lose it. You have to know where is a center point of gravity. And then the robot tries it, then he's realizing it goes to this side, the right side. Then I have to pick it more in the middle. Then he tries it, if it works, then he remembers it for the next time and give it also to his colleagues. The robots are all in a cloud integrated. That means what one robot can do best, the other can also do it. And over the time, the picking becomes always faster. If we start with 400 picks per hour, then after a few weeks, that's 500, 550, because they are learning. This pieces, items we are looking for, 80%, nearly 80% is pharmaceutical, 10% in the moment is health and beauty, not because we cannot pick it, but if it's in a cosmetic shop, they have no scratches and nothing on it, then we do not really pick. Avon works because they don't take care. Okay, and what we see here, we can also read. We take it out, put it on a scanner, read this data matrix code, and then we can sort it out. So just direct it to the pharmacy or to the patient, what's necessary. And we have this interface to the VMW and VCS from the customer. That's our partners, what we have now. We are fighting for Schaefer, and I hope it works, because there are a lot of customers. Schaefer had a really big market share. I know it because I was working on it. Mr. Schütte knows it. And we want to be part of it, not part of Schaefer. That will never come. And with Okamura, this is this company in Japan, and Element Logic, this is AutoStore. We have very good connections. And if you have a look here, this is where we are now, not Russia. But if you look to, it's interesting, if you look to Ireland, you cannot really find it on the I mean, see how big the world is. We have to cover. And these are the projects we are working on or we have installed. It's interesting, and we are growing very quickly. More than the American can achieve. That's the problem for us. I only am fighting, but it doesn't matter. This is also special. If you have the source code and it comes to the robot and it's not in the really correct orientation, it doesn't matter. With the camera, he's looking into the items. He also can see where the box is located. This is a system in Japan. There's not so nice boxes as we have. And this is out of AutoStore. It's in Netherlands. This is OPIX, and this big out of compartments. Why the fingers? First of all, they stabilize the product when it is moving. If you see here, without this, you cannot have a teddy bear. We want not a big teddy bear. You see, if it only a suction cup does not really work, and if it's shaking, and now you can fix it with a gripper. So I'll make it short. Not more what I need, but I'm waiting for questions.
Oh, hang on.
You see, I'm really enthusiastic with the system, and I like it. And also this team. It's like they are younger than my children.
Manfred. Thank you. Any questions for you, Manfred? No? Everybody's getting sleepy. Yeah. Too long at the bar last night. Okay, thanks, Manfred.
Thank you.
So, as indeed everybody is getting sleepy and the room is emptying out, I guess people are running away for their planes. But just bear with me for 2 or 3 minutes while we try to close up here. Won't try to sum up the last 2 days. I think the presentations and discussion was very clear, and it needs no summary from my side. But I would like to leave you with a few last words about what's coming next. So first of all, we have a survey just to give us some feedback about how we've done over the last 2 days in terms of organization and, of course, presentations and speakers. So you'll find that in the app, and we're also going to send it by email to everyone that you can fill it in. It would be great if you would return that to us, as that helps us preparing for our next events, which, on that note, there we go. So on the 29th of March, I should say, we're going to hold a webinar on medical devices. We've got a great lineup of speakers. We will have the head of unit in the European Commission, who has been responsible for both medical devices regulations, which are now adopted and are overseeing the development of guidelines in relation to how to implement these regulations. We will have a returning speaker. Catherine has kindly agreed, Catherine Commons, who we've heard from earlier, has kindly agreed to address some issues on medical devices from a distributor's perspective on the webinar. We already have close to 100 participants registered, so there is keen interest. You're all very welcome to join that. Next up, we are off to Berlin on the 23rd and 24th of May for our annual general meeting. That will be, we will be discussing overall healthcare ecosystem and value creation. And you can see here already some of the highlights of the program and some of the speakers that have already confirmed their participation for Berlin. Then, although I couldn't be happier to be here in Dublin, where I've had the opportunity to get some good Guinness, but of course I'm secretly pleased to announce that we're heading to Madrid, where we will be swapping, in Claire's words, our beer, beef and potatoes for good wine, tapas and sun. So we hope to see you all in Madrid for that in March next year. And Manuel, I know he has left, I think, by now, but will welcome us there as host, and Maria, of course, from the agency. So with that said, I'm looking to Valentine and Monica if I've forgotten anything. No, it seems to... Okay. The last thing, I want to thank our sponsors, as usual. We cannot have this event without you all. We much appreciate your continued support and partnership. We thank all our speakers, and most importantly, we thank all of you for coming to Dublin and being with us for the last 2 days. But before we set you free, we do have a coffee, and more interestingly, a drink for you, which will be served just outside the door. So if you have time before running away, please join us for a drink or a coffee. So thank you very much.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.